It's also the compassion, kindness, and empathy they show. At Common Spirit Health, healing is quality care and human kindness. And my friends at Common Spirit are teaming up with their partners to spread human kindness and create healthy communities. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
Winter and the holidays will be here before you know it. Don't wait to upgrade your home. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the Colorado snow flies. Enjoy low-interest financing for 15 years, often better than your bank, with no prepayment penalty. Stay warm, boost your home's value, and pay less each month. Prices go up every year, so lock in your free quote today. Host the next game day party at your house. Call 5280 Exteriors now and see how low your monthly payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I've made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Meet Slate, the most personalizable, affordable pickup/SUV/whatever you want it to be. Learn more and reserve yours at slate.auto.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Oh, it feels so good. A little Bud Light Football Friday. You always know I love the sha-la-la-la-la. On a Friday, though, it just feels a little different. We're down a Lammy, but we're up a Carney. Richie in the building here, sitting in for Cecil today, who's on assignment. Richie and I are going to get you ready for a Broncos-less weekend. Broncos-less? But a lot of football to get ready for, Richie. Thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man. I'm excited.
It's going to be fun. Bud Light Football Friday. Before we dive too deep into everything, let's start this baby like we start them all. It's a little tribe roll call. You plus us equals the tribe. And we're grateful that you guys are a part of this program. We're growing more and more every single day, and we appreciate you guys for that. You guys show up, we get to keep doing this thing. So we're grateful for you being here, and let us give you and your company a shout-out on the show. That's what Tribe Roll Call is all about. You help us every day. Let us help you. Tell us who you are, where you are, and what you're doing for $1 today so that we can give you and your company a shout-out right here on the show. And we'll do that at the back end of our first few segments. 2 places you can send that information. Over on the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043 or on our YouTube stream where we're always available. It's Denver Sports on YouTube. Just search us there. Click on that Dover and Cecil stream, and boom, you can watch Richie and I right here all day long. And again, Tribe shout out both places, YouTube and the RamosLaw.com text line. All right, we are going to dive deep into the Broncos and everything that will come with this weekend, college football, Buffs, Rammies. Richie, we're going to talk with Brian Roth. We are going to talk with Trent Finnegan, but Thursday Night Football to start last night. And before we even get into the game, let's go fashion. What'd you think of the splatter uniforms?
I thought they were okay.
I didn't really like them at all.
I'm not, sometimes I feel like I'm too critical of every time the NFL tries to do these alternate jerseys or, back when they had the color rush and all that. Sometimes I think I'm too critical, but to be honest with you, there's just not a lot that blows me away when they do these. So
I just when I saw them at first, I just saw one player and I was literally like, oh, damn, you got something spilled on him. That sucks. And then, I see
all of you drinking the same thing?
Everybody had it, and I'm like, oh, it's just the look. The guys behind you loved it, Drew?
I thought they were awesome.
I will say the helmet was cool.
Yeah.
It's hard to make a Cardinal look cool, but they kind of did that. The splatter thing I thought was weird.
The Cardinals' uniform set in general is pretty lame and kind of boring. So I thought it was a huge upgrade. Maybe that's part of the problem is it's just a huge upgrade from what they currently have. And the end zones, the way they were painted with the state flag, those were awesome.
That was cool.
I thought they were cool.
All right. And then the game itself, Marvin Harrison Jr. said, oh, he's a bust. Everybody tweeting about that in the first half, then he catches that big touchdown pass, and it was like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah,
maybe Marvin is going to figure it out.
Oh, okay. The guy was a top 5 pick in the NFL draft, and he's breaking down and crying after catching a touchdown in week 3. It's this should have been more figured out by now, in fairness.
Well, I mean, you ever go through a slump, and then you bust that slump, I might cry.
Yeah, I don't know,
Depending on how long the slump was.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but I when I saw that, I was kind of like, really? All right, we're crying. Wasn't even the go-ahead touchdown, to win the game.
Hey, look, if I were you, I'd watch your tone. You know who his father is, and there's some rumors and rumblings about who his father is and what he's done at car washes and stuff like that.
Fair enough. I did not realize that. I got to go get my car washed at some point this week.
Is he good at washing cars?
I'm not sure. I think it was something else he was doing there, besides the actual washing of cars. And then how do you come up short on a kick?
Yeah, and this whole thing, because I saw the spark on social media afterwards about the kickoff rules, and Chase Daniel was barking about it. Now, so you kick it off here and you lose the game. It just has to cross the 20-yard line, Josh.
Yeah.
It just has to cross the 20-yard line. You could knuckleball it like several teams are doing and make it down there. You didn't do it. You failed to execute in a moment, and you don't get to cry about the rules because it didn't work.
Yeah. It was just a tough look. Yeah, the kicker has one job, kick the ball to that spot, and he couldn't do it, so they took the L last night. All right, we'll get back to that stuff because, kind of a interesting game. It was fun the way that it ended, but I said it yesterday. I wasn't too thrilled on those two teams that were playing, although anybody else watch the Prime Vision? I mentioned it to folks yesterday.
I heard it. I didn't get a chance to do it because I only caught a very small portion of the game live. I was watching it on my phone. But it sounds intriguing.
It was awesome. It takes a little bit, right when you turn it on, you're like, oh, it's it's not what we're used to.
Yeah.
And then I watched the whole game that way. So then, by the third quarter, I'm just used to it, and it's awesome.
Refresh me. It's
the coach's film.
It's the all-22 angle.
So you're looking down on it.
Yeah.
It's like you're sitting in section 515 at Mile High. And
Which
you're just
is
looking
where I
down
normally
on it.
sit.
Well, those are our people.
Yeah.
And you're looking down on it, but they'll show you the route being run. They'll show you where pressure's coming from pre-snap from the defense. They'll put a little circle around the
now,
weakest
who's they?
link. Amazon Prime with next-gen stats powering it.
Wow.
I mean, that's what they say. And you get to see things being developed in real time and where the quarterback is making his read. It's cool, man.
All right, I'm into it now. Next Thursday for sure.
You watched it, Drew?
I did. I tried it for a couple drives. I was not a fan. I don't
Really?
because I don't like when they go deeper downfield. It's hard to kind of follow the ball. I thought so.
I mean, it's tough to even see the ball, to be honest.
It kind of was. So I didn't like that aspect of it. I prefer the traditional broadcast. But I did try it.
You know what they ought to do? I just thought of this because Drew's our resident hockey guy.
Uh-huh.
Got to put that flame thing behind the ball like they used to do
the
in
trail?
hockey.
Yeah,
the trail.
That'd be kind of fun.
I kind of like that, actually.
Hockey guys used to hate that, and I was like, I kind of like it, actually.
Well, it was also it was too graphic-y. They put the players' names above. It felt like it's trying to be like a video game. I just didn't like that aspect
That's
of
exactly what it's trying to be as a video game, basically. I'm with you on the name stuff. I don't really need that, but I really liked it. Really liked watching it. Can't wait to get it again coming up next Thursday. I'd actually like it for every alternate stream broadcast. Richie, we got a injury report yesterday. And how about this? Evan Ingram, full. Me and Cecil speculated that it would be limited. It's actually John Franklin Myers that's limited with a hip injury, which we'll have to keep an eye on today and tomorrow. But full for Evan Ingram. That means he's got to go on Monday night, right?
Yeah, if you're a full participant. And I know everything's kind of backlogged today because they're playing on Monday night, so it's not as late of an indication in the week as we would think. But if you're full at this point, you have to expect that he's going to be going into this game with, for all intents and purposes, no limitations. Because you didn't list him as questionable.
Yep.
He wasn't a limited participant. He was a full participant. So in my mind, he should have no holds barred going into this game. But that hasn't really amounted to much in the limited sample size that he's done that so far this season.
Yeah, it's man, even when Cecil and I talk so much about the influence that he has, even when he was on the field for the 36% or whatever that number was of snaps.
Less than 40.
There's no influence at all. He's not a threat to anybody. A safety to come down, a linebacker to come in, a middle linebacker to roll those drag routes across the field with. He's just not a threat.
I posed this question after, I think, week 2, and I got some pushback for it from a lot of people. Has Evan Ingram's start thus far, or the way that they've utilized him, you mentioned less than 40% of the offensive snaps, and obviously there's been injuries and things that have contributed to that. Has it changed your perception of what the quote-unquote joker in Sean Payton's offense is and how much that really means? Because that was like the buzzword of the offseason for like 2 consecutive years.
Yeah.
It was, we just got to get the joker. And look, it's Jimmy Graham and Alvin Kamara and Reggie Bush and Michael Thomas. And Evan Ingram hasn't looked like a shade of any of those so far. And now I'm starting to wonder, because of how much kind of weight and hype we put into that role, that player, and that position within the offense, if we're going to get anything close to the level of return we thought we would going forward.
He's like like you get the knockoff toys. So as a kid, we didn't have a ton of money, right? You get like the knockoff Joker. I'm like, all right, sure, he's still green and purple, but
his
those
hair's like
colors
blue.
are backwards.
Yeah.
There's more green than purple, and it's not supposed to look like. That's the version of Evan Ingram we've got so far.
Yeah, it's like the off-brand cereals. You see, like your mom wouldn't buy you Cocoa Puffs, but she'll buy you like chocolate orbs in the bag.
She's like, it's the same.
Yeah.
Like, taste it. It's not the same.
Yeah. Well, all my friends at school don't think so.
All right, a couple quick texts for Tribe roll call here. Our guy Devin in Aurora says, "What's up, Tribe? I'm out here selling these badass Hammer Crow multi-tools," and they are. He sent it to me. They're pretty freaking sweet. Says, "No Broncos, but let's go Buffs, Rams, Falcons, and Burrows. Crack a do and have an amazing weekend with the Tribe." So he's just pulling for all the home teams right there.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
that.
I kind of respect that. You know, you're an equal opportunity fan.
100%. Our guy Trucker Paunch, he's up in Loveland delivering at the Sam's today. Truckers make the world go round. I always tell you that. Appreciate you. Scott in Columbine, he is selling insurance, watching golf. Go USA. Yeah, we're all going to need to go USA. It's not going great for USA.
Yeah, the guys that are out there golfing for a buck today for Team USA, not going great so far.
Not great at all. We'll continue to catch up on the RamosLaw.com text line. Get over to YouTube as well for some Tribe roll call text. Keep them coming. Who are you? Where are you? And what are you doing for a buck today? Our guy mentioned it right there. Devin, no Broncos. But, of course, there is a big Buffs game and a top 25 team. How can they beat the Cougs tomorrow night at Folsom? We've got some keys to the game coming up next.
How should the Broncos attack the Bengals on offense?
Let's look good as a team collectively, and let's give J.K. Dobbins 22 carries. Let's give R.J. Harvey 10 carries and see what this number can look like rushing the football. Because of who the opponent is and what J.K. has shown, you give that dude the ball 20 times, you give R.J. a chance to rush it 10 times, I think this Broncos team could put 200-plus yards on the Bengals' heads.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Catch a ride with EV and Auto. Catch a ride.
I'm Evie. And I'm Otto. And we're fully charged.
Like triple espresso charged at Foundation Chevrolet.
Reminding you, federal rebates on new electric vehicles vanish September 30th.
Time's ticking, and these deals are shockingly good.
Foundation Chevy is here to stay.
But these EV rebates are driving off fast.
Together, let's drive during Chevy Truck Month. Visit FoundationChevrolet.com and see us in Wheat Ridge. Catch a ride.
Say goodbye to your lawnmower and take back your weekends by replacing your old yard with Pro Green synthetic turf. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. You may have heard me talking about my Pro Green custom putting green and how it's made my weekends so much more fun. One of the main issues folks have with artificial turf is how hot it gets. Well, Pro Green invented a turf system with proprietary organic cooling materials that actually keeps your new turf lawn cool. It really mimics the look, feel, and temperature of natural grass. Call my friends at Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Now, Richie, I feel like we know each other pretty well. This is the second time we've got to do radio together, but we've hung out quite a bit. Are you you got good Charlotte guy vibes?
Yeah, I like good Charlotte.
Okay.
Yeah, I was nodding my head as soon as the music came on.
I feel like you and I could go to like a GC show and probably have a decent time.
Oh yeah,
some mosh pitting with the boys, things like that.
Yeah, I haven't. It's been a long time. I have to. You got to be committed when you're down there.
Yeah.
So there's a part of me that's like, how long would I be into this?
I would say like mosh pitting now. Like if we're like, oh, we're going to this concert Friday night and we're gonna mosh pit right now at 10:17. I'd be like, hell yeah, we are. And then when we got there and I saw the actual crowd, I'd go, I'm 41. I have a tea time tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and take it easy here today.
What time is it? 8:45? No chance.
All right. We are having a little bit of fun. Again, keep your text coming in for Tribe Roll Call. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing? Send it to the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. There's a big game tomorrow night in Boulder.
And it's a chance for Dion, the Buffaloes, Caden Salter, I'll add to this conversation, to really kind of get this sour taste out of their mouth. Something Cecil and I have been talking about for the 4 weeks here of like, man, they don't have a plan. They don't really seem like they know what they're doing up there as far as like long term, what they want to achieve, and how they get there. And now you got a BYU team coming in that can just run the hell out of the football, has a quarterback that can still throw it. That's not his skill set or specialty, but can move it downfield, especially when the running game's working to the tune that it does of over 265 yards a game for the Cougars. So how can the Buffs win this football game? I told Cecil yesterday, Richie, and I don't know how your early feelings are, but I don't feel good about this Buffalo game and how they can stop the Cougars from just running all over them all night long.
No, I heard Zach By and Philip Lindsay on the drive earlier this week. Zach loves to throw out the hypotheticals of like, if I gave you this, would you roll the dice for more? Yeah. Would you take it? And he said, if I guaranteed you one win over the next 3 games for CU, would you take it or would you roll the dice to try to get 2? And I was driving in my car and I was like, how fast can I smash the deal button to take one win? Because you're right, Josh. I don't think they have a solidified plan. And that was kind of the thing that was often speculated about Coach Prime when he came here he's not an X's and O's guy. So if you're not going to be an X's and O's guy, you got to be a CEO type head coach. And that's fine. If the CEO is doing a good job of running the company, or in this case, running the program. And that means bringing in people underneath you who are X's and O's guys who can execute what you can't. Pat Shurmur hadn't done the greatest job of that.
No.
And the shine has rubbed off of Robert Livingston's defense a little bit this year compared to the 2 previous years.
I got a few keys to the game. I want to get some of yours, want to get some of mine, and I'll roll through a few of mine, and then we'll talk about them, roll through yours here, Richie. Number 1 for me is going back to Caden. Caden's got to be Caden. Run when it's there, not when you have to, but every single time that it's there, I want to see him run the football. In fact, it's a big week for Pat Shurmur. It should honestly be, and especially with a good BYU defense, it should be, hey, if your first progression's not there and there's a lane, take off, tuck, and run. You want to get through 2 progressions? All right, maybe, depending on how the game is going, but to me, it's almost a 1 progression and then tuck and run if you're Caden Salter for this game. That's number 1. Number 2, this will help if Caden is actually having some success running the ball. Richie, they got to have long 9, 10, 11 play drives so that the Cougars can't just turn around, hand the ball off to LJ Martin and have their own long 9, 10, 11 play drives. Going 3 and out on offense and then getting your defense right back there to get dominated in the trenches because of the run game is going to lead to a long night for the Buffaloes if they cannot win that. And then the last one, those long 9, 10, 11 play drives can't be 3. You have to end in 6. The Cougars average 42 points per game, and they're 10-0 are the Buffaloes under Dion when they score 30 or more. Their best shot is for this thing to be like 45-42 Buffaloes win. So those are the 3 keys. Caden's got to run the ball. You have to have long drives, 9, 10, 11 plays where you're taking 7, 8, 9 minutes off of a clock, and every drive has to end with 6, not with 3.
And unfortunately, Josh, even though I agree with everything you just said, and I think some of our keys are going to be definitely in lockstep, that's us kind of asking for things that we frankly just haven't seen from the Buffs so far.
We haven't seen any of that.
through the start of this college football season. As it relates to Caden Salter, I think that this has been a weird situation for him, and I wouldn't be surprised or blame him at all for having some mixed emotions or weird feelings. I mean, you started one game against Georgia Tech, you lost by 1 possession, and then they bench you for the 3rd-string quarterback who you, in your own mind, probably weren't even competing with for a starting job, and then they go back to you because it's a disaster against Houston. And I think for Caden Salter, the biggest key for me, which was one of my keys to the game, he's got to be decisive. I think there have been far too many moments where Caden Salter, who is a 5th-year player and a transfer from another program where he started, where he hasn't played like one. He has not shown the confidence and the decisive nature to take off and run the ball when a lane presents itself, or to push the ball down the field and take a chance rather than try to play safe and take it underneath. And that's where you start stalling drives you're not able to sustain because you're trying to get chunk plays and you're settling for things behind the sticks. So for me, Caden Salter, the number 1 key, he's got to be decisive. I understand that BYU's competition, people point to and say, okay, Portland State, Stanford, East Carolina, they haven't played anybody. 5.3 points a game is 5.3 points a game.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
in college football, that's tough.
Right.
This defense is not a slouch, despite the fact that they haven't played anybody up to the caliber of competition that they're going to face this weekend. So this is going to be a big test for Caden Salter, and he can't be afraid to push it and move it. My second key to the game, which kind of goes along the same lines as this, is you got to throw the first punch. They cannot get off to a slow start. They cannot be reactive and be on their heels from the start of the game and, frankly, the start of the half. I think they've done a better job coming out of halftime and maybe being a little bit more aggressive and having some success, but the starts have been bad. And looking at BYU in the games that they've scored this far, Josh, they don't traditionally start that fast in the first quarter, but in the second quarter, they dominate. They scored 53 second-quarter points this season through 3 games.
And us wanting Caden to be more of a runner and use his skill set, imagine they're down 13 or if they're down 17. And he's got to throw the football.
Correct.
That could lead to some more dangerous situations.
Yeah, they have to get off to a fast start because I can promise you, whatever the score is after 15 minutes of football tomorrow night, that second 15 minutes of football, BYU is going to be ready to play. They have been through every opponent thus far, and I don't expect that to change. So they need to start fast coming out of the game and coming out of half and pressure Braden Bachmeier to beat you as a freshman quarterback, making a road start in a hostile environment, and then win the game that way. My last key to the game is kind of a combo. I didn't want to use 2 keys on this one thing, so I combined them together. They got to win the battle in the trenches. There's a lot of injuries to this Colorado Buffalo squad that could impact things. And BYU's a little banged up too, specifically in the running back room. If you're not going to have Simeon Price and DeKalen Taylor, and you're going to be leaning on Micah Welch and Dallin Hayden, you've got to, the big uglies up front have to win the battle in the trenches and give these guys pushes so that they're not fighting through contact 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Because if that's the case, this Buffalo's team hasn't run the ball consistently when things are going well.
Right.
So if that's the case, they're going to bail, and they can't afford to do that. I didn't realize until looking it up that the 2 running backs that are out for the Buffs have accounted for 40% of their rushing production so far this season.
That's a huge number.
Simeon Rice and DeKalen Taylor have accounted for 40% of Colorado's rushing production this season. You got none of that going into this game against BYU.
I will say to that third key about the winning the trenches, they get a bit of a help or a boost, I should say, from last year. That BYU defensive line in the Alamo Bowl when they kicked the crap out of the Buffaloes, the CU running backs combined for 2 rushing yards. 2 rushing yards against this club a year ago, but it's been a turnover at that mark for the defensive line. So you and I both agree, man, this is a huge challenge for the Colorado Buffaloes. Huge challenge. And if they can't check, I mean, we got 3 keys each, man. They do kind of line up with each other. It's going to take checking each one of those boxes, the 6 things we just said, for them to have a chance to win. Not go and win, to have a chance to win.
Those 3 things, to me, they expand outward. There's a ripple effect to other aspects of the game. Winning the battle in the trenches offensively, like we talked about with the run game, because you've got injuries to 2 of your significant rushing contributors this season. But BYU's got a guy in LJ Martin that can run the ball.
Yeah.
That being said, they're banged up in the running back room already in a thin stance because they announced that, what's his name, Sione Moa, the backup running back,
he's out,
is going to be out. So there's a little bit of unproven nature in their backfield too. So defensively, if they can control the line of scrimmage and win the battle in the trenches, and again, push everything into the chips of making Braden Bachmeier try to beat you. Bearmeyer. Did I say Bachmeier?
Yeah.
Braden Bearmeyer.
No, Bear
Brockmeier.
There you go.
Make him try to beat you. That's the only way that they're going to get within range of covering this spread, let alone pulling off the upset.
By the way, Bear's brother is named Tiger. Bear and Tiger. That's what their parents named him.
Did they have a sister?
What would her name be?
That's a good question. Lily, Tiger Lily. I'm trying to think of like
Bear and Tiger. It's like when we found that out this week that those were the 2 brothers' names. Like, man, I hope they have.
They need to have
cool
a 3rd
job.
brother named Lion. Lion, Tiger, and Bear.
That's right. Yeah, come on, parents. What are you doing? All right, there's a quick Buffs conversation. We're certainly going to get back to it because, hey, it's been a rough start for Dion and the Buffaloes, but you got a shot here over the next few weeks to make some noise and get yourself back in contention of the Big 12. So we'll get back to the conversation with Dion and the Buffaloes, but I want to hear from Sean Payton. Richie, Sean Payton wants Bo Nix to do this after missing those 3 game-changing throws last week. What is it? Sean's going to tell you coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Car accident? We've got you. Flanagan Law connects you with the top doctors and handles the legal stress. We give back, donating a portion of every attorney fee to charity. Flanagan Law, justice with heart. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Looking to sell your used Rolex watch? We buy and sell pre-owned Rolex watches. All styles, from old to new. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthew's Fine Watches and Jewelry. Bring in your Rolex watch and we will buy it on the spot. No shipping your watch off to the internet site and waiting to get a check. Bring your used Rolex into Matthews. We have been servicing Colorado since 1951. Located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center. Matthews, we buy, sell, and service Rolex watches.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Rich Lawn. Fall is coming soon. That means two things: football and keep my lawn healthy and beautiful. How do I do that? An application of Colorado-made Rich Lawn Pro Rich Winterizer in September helps my lawn recover from the heat and stress of summer, keeps it greener longer into the fall, builds a strong root system, and provides green up earlier in the spring. So be like me and have the best stinking lawn in your neighborhood. Get Pro Rich Winterizer today at your favorite garden center. Tell them Mark sent you. Visit richlawn.com to find a dealer near you.
Is your office cleaning letting you down? Pike Janitorial beats your current cleaning price by 10% and delivers spotless results every time. Environmentally friendly, thorough, and reliable. Visit denver-janitorial.com for your free quote today. Pike Janitorial. Clean you can count on.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on 104.3 HD2. Air Force football faces Hawaii with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU football faces Washington State, presented by Rocks Heating and Air, with pregame starting at 4:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Everybody's freaking out about Bo Nix overthrows.
And I'll raise my hand. I was freaking out about some of those Bo Nix overthrows on Sunday as well.
I hate how well Bo overthrow just kind of rolls. I really do.
Yeah.
Because I don't want that to become a thing that steamrolls. It does fit based on last game, and it rolls off the tongue too nicely for my liking.
Yeah, let's hope we don't have to continue saying that. But he's got to figure some things out. As Dan Orlovsky told the morning show, as Joel Klatt was talking to the morning show, it's Bo having to calm down, being overloaded a little bit, and that's part is on Sean Payton. So Sean Payton took to the podium yesterday as they were back at work for the first time this week. They're going Thursday, Friday, Saturday to get ready for Monday Night Football. And he was asked about that. Sean, how do you evaluate and what are you seeing with Bo's overthrows?
Well, you got to be careful, like when they're just off the fingertips. Yeah, I mean, you're always looking at your technique within the pocket. One of them is a flea flicker, and we had seen in 3rd and long when you run a draw, there was a big collapse of the defense, and so sure enough, no, I think that you keep firing. If it was something different, a lot of times maybe crossing routes to the left, if they're not mechanically opening up their hips, you can be behind receiver. There's certain things, but when it comes to the only thing I would say is, like Sutton's is a little bit of a double move. It was a seam go. And so, guys sometimes aren't at top speed like your mind sees them, but just keep firing. He's going to hit plenty of those.
All right, keep firing is the word from Sean Payton. Now, we like that. Bo Nix, who we're going to hear from at 11:30, but he had said before, I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to continue to take my shots, trust my guys, and all that good stuff. Now, I got 2 parts to ask you here. Is that an excuse he's trying to make for the up and go on Cortland Sutton? Oh, you're changing your pace. You stop to get the DB to bite, and then you try to turn the jets on, but it takes you a little bit of time to get up to that top speed. If it is an excuse, I don't really like that. Like I said, maybe Sean's doing this behind closed doors, but we all watch the games. We all watch him overthrow butt-naked, wide-open wide receivers 3 different times. They win the football game. They're in first place, and we're all ecstatic about who Bo is if he hits those. I would have much rather him, instead of going like, the speed thing, he made a mistake and he's got to get right and fix that. He can't miss wide open throws.
Yeah, I'm not interested in you trying to break down the nuances of exactly what happened. Well,
right.
If he had turned his body exactly 6 degrees more to this direction, he missed the throw. Sutton was open. Mims was open twice. You hit 1 of those throws, you win the game. You hit 2 of those throws, you probably coast more comfortably. You hit 3 of them, it might have been a blowout. And all those things that you said, first place, divisional record, all that, all in play. He just didn't hit him. And I think that it's clear that there's a disconnect between Bo from the neck up and Bo from the neck down.
Yeah.
But what I am holding on to, at least in my belief, is that I don't think the issues are necessarily from the neck up from Bo. I don't think he's having a hard time processing the defense. I don't think he's having a hard time making his reads and his progressions. What I do think is that he's all jacked up on Mountain Dew. And he is just going way too fast. There's way too much noise up here, and it's causing a disconnect that his body mechanically is not operating at peak efficiency and doing what his brain knows is the right move. That's how you get all these off-platform throws. His body angles are off. And I had this little tinge of not worry, but I was kind of like, ugh, when he had the YouTube thing, right? Not because he had a YouTube channel, because everybody likes to be like, oh, you can't be an active athlete and have a YouTube channel, blah, blah, blah. It was that they spent so much time in the beginning of that episode when it dropped where he was just practicing over and over and over again, running out of the pocket and like Jesse James sidearm whipping these balls. And I'm like, that shouldn't be the primary objective, right? That's the, bleep, we got to make something happen here. But we've seen what Bo Nix can do when his feet are planted firmly in the pocket and he lets it rip. That's how you get a 93-yard touchdown to Marvin Mims against the Cleveland Browns. That's how you uncork all those deep balls to Troy Franklin, many more of which should have connected. So I'm not concerned with Bo Nix's ability to do these things, but there's clearly a disconnect and something's foggy upstairs. And I do think Sean's making some excuses for his quarterback. That's his guy. And part of me doesn't necessarily hate that because you got to back your boys. But to your point, we've got to be realistic about what's happened here. And you probably just got to say, hey, listen, Bo's got to be better. Or he'll probably say it's relative to the player. We've got to, whatever.
That's what it is. Like, say it. Say Bo missed throws, and he did say he's going to hit plenty of those. So he's like giving him the confidence, but don't make it, Cortland speed.
Well, he hasn't hit plenty of them so far.
Right. But the sample size we have, it's not good right now. So how do you get Bo back? And something Sean was asked about is, how the team took film study after a loss like that.
I think we talked a lot about in the team meeting and then the breakout meetings and even relative to us as coaches, the installation, the things that we feel like we know well, not a completely back to basics, but to some degree we got to look at, those things.
I love that he said that. Not completely back to basics, but we got to look at those things. And I hope he's talking to himself. Who are you talking to, Sean? Back to basics, bow, footwork, things like that, being more calm, cool, collected in the pocket, as you were hinting at, Richie? Yeah, that needs to be done as well. But back to the basics, I hope he's talking to himself. You don't need to wedge in Pat Bryant just because you want Pat Bryant to play. You don't need to get cute and tricky with a third running back, be it Tyler Bidet or Jaleel McLaughlin. No, run the ball. Let JK do it more. Let RJ do it more. When he says back to the basics, I love that response. I just hope he's talking to himself.
Yeah, I think that Sean can take some of the same advice maybe that he's giving to Bo. I think that that's fair. But for Sean, I think there's a little bit of vindication here in some of these aspects because, and I mentioned this earlier in the week, Sean Payton's play calling and his fetish for substitutions that he just loves to tinker and move guys in and out and platoon all these different personnel groupings. That's become kind of a catch-all boogeyman for things that are wrong with this Broncos offense. But I think this game against the Chargers was a pretty glaring example of you know what? Sean Payton was scheming guys open. There were plays to be made, and the execution, not the pre-snap and the setup and the play calling, the execution was the failure more than anything.
We'll get back to Sean Payton. We're going to hear a bit more from him later. Hear from Bo around 11:45. Couple quick texts on Tribe Roll Call. Our buddy Noah, he's out there working for CDOT, picking up bags on I-70 Denver West, going westbound. We appreciate you, Noah, keeping our streets safe out there. Jeremiah the plumber checking in, just trying to get through the next couple of days so I can go watch the Broncos beat the Bengals live on Monday. Hell yeah, Jeremiah, have fun out at the game. This is Molly checking in with my tribe mates, stuck in construction and ready for the weekend. Molly, us too, girl, us too. All right, couple more here. Tim in Inglewood, he is powering through 14 straight days of work. Nice work, Tim.
Solid.
And he's checking in with the tribe. You know how it goes, Richie. You're a grinder too. Sometimes you got to work 14 straight days. Keep up that hard work. You're gonna have 14 straight days off at some point.
Yeah, you would hope so, and that's especially, listen, I never deny that we work in the toy aisle.
Yeah,
We work in the Disneyland of the employment arena. But, the sports seasons, especially when they all start to overlap and you got Avs, Nugs, Buffs, and Broncos, I ambitiously a couple of years ago tried to cover all of them, and I was going to all those home games, and after about a month of it, I was like, I'm good.
Yeah.
This is a lot, and then the amount of times I'm sitting there just saying such angry things about Nikola Jokic in my head because I got to wait till 1 o'clock in the morning for his press conference, and then the night games for CU, trying to get out of Boulder at 1 o'clock in the morning, and all that stuff. But could be worse.
We don't work hard. Look at these hands. There's not a single callus on my hands. It's just time. We never stop working.
Yeah.
So there's a bunch of people that work way harder than I do. The hardest thing I'm going to do this week is mulch later today at my own house.
Respectable work.
Yeah, exactly.
Respectable work.
Exactly.
Get a couple calluses on there.
Yeah.
Just start rubbing it up against your hands.
Yeah, come on, look at my hands, Richie. Look what I did over the weekend.
You see all this dirt? I did that. That was something I did when there was do you remember, you might not have crossed paths with it, but a month ago, Dante Gomez, maybe it's 2 months ago now, Dante Gomez, who runs the board for the drive, his car broke down.
Oh, yeah, I saw you guys out there.
And me and Dante are out there. We had to take the whole front end of his car apart to get through all these different compartments and driving back and forth to AutoZone. And when we were done, came back upstairs, and our hands are filthy. And I looked at him, I was like, I'm not washing my hands.
Yeah.
I want everybody to know that I just disassembled the front end of a car in the parking lot.
That's that Tim the Tool. Oh, you know what I mean? I'm a man. Look what I did.
Exactly.
All right, one more quick one. Jeff is driving to work to teach golf at Fort Collins Country Club. Go Rams. Maybe it's Hefe. You wrote Jeff in a weird spelling there, but we're fired up for you to do that. Teach me golf, man. I need all the help I can get. All right, at 10:40, we go inside the internet. Any crazy kind of stories that have caught our attention? We got to focus on one story. It wrapped up yesterday, and we haven't dove deep into it yet. We're going to change that coming up, though. Nikola Jokic, the best player in the NBA, according to ESPN. Where do the rest of his teammates land? We'll tell you next.
Will Bo Nix get back on track against the Bengals? Will Nick Benito shine bright again in primetime? Zach Bai and Philip Lindsay will break it all down in a special Monday night edition of the Fan Football Pregame Show. Live on game day from Mile High Station, presented by Sam Adams Oktoberfest. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Ho, ho, ho. Yeah, I know you didn't plan to hear from me this early, but I'm tired of lugging this bowl full of jelly around. That's why me and Mrs. Claus are with Soda Weight Loss now. I'm losing 6 pounds a week. My knees are loving my results, and I'm keeping up with the elves again. And the wife, she's all about this healthier me. Keeps telling me I'm slaying.
Ready to slay all those holiday pictures? Get photo ready and join Soda Weight Loss right now. When you join, your partner joins for free.
With all the weight I've been losing with Soda Weight Loss, they're gonna have to make a whole new Santa suit for the big ride.
Real support and help from nutritionists who are just a call or text away. Take advantage of Soda Weight Loss's partner program. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This is Dr. Joel Cherdak with Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you've struggled with weight loss, it's time for something real. We use GLP-1 medications from licensed U.S. pharmacies at full strength, never from unknown or online sources. Your program is overseen by a real doctor with in-clinic care and telemedicine options. Best of all, we're offering a free consultation so you can get started risk-free. Experience real weight loss results for under $300 a month. Visit denverregen.com to book your free consult. That's denverregen.com.
It's Truck Month at Corwin Toyota. Drive home a new 2025 Tundra with rates as low as 1.75% APR for up to 72 months. Or lease a 2025 Tacoma for just $449 down and $449 a month. With a wide selection of trucks in stock, now's the perfect time to trade in and trade up. Visit us on Pearl Parkway or shop online at CorwinToyotaBoulder.com. Corwin Toyota, family driven for over 100 years. Proud sponsor of Colorado Athletics.
It's going on right now. Denver's biggest and coolest diamond event of the year.
It's the Diamond Expo, right now through Saturday at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Get our lowest prices of the year on everything diamond at Williams Jewelers.
Shop the largest selection of gorgeous loose GIA diamonds. Every shape, every size, and price range diamond, including Kwiat and Hearts on Fire. It's the Diamond Expo.
Plus thousands of designer diamond settings from legends like Gabriel & Company, JB Star, and Tacori.
Everything diamond. Diamond earrings, rings, bracelets, and necklaces at our best prices of the year. It's the Diamond Expo. Plus, with every purchase of $5,000 or more, you'll receive a half-carat pair of natural diamond studs, a $950 value as our gift.
The Diamond Expo at Williams Jewelers. Save hundreds, even thousands, but hurry. It all ends Saturday at 5 p.m.
And the diamond earrings are on us.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Where Colorado shines.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Get the lowest prices of the year on everything diamond at Williams Jewelers. Shop the largest selection of gorgeous loose GIE diamonds. Every shape, every size, and price range. But hurry, it all ends Saturday at 5 p.m.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
All right, what's happening inside the Internet? As Richie Carney sitting in here for Cecil Lammy today. We're hanging out with you till 2 o'clock, and we go inside the Internet every day at 10:45 a.m. I want to start with an article. They've been slowly releasing it this week, Richie, and that's what they do, right? They're going the top 100 players in the NBA. And the NFL does this, and everybody gets all upset about their rankings and where they landed. So ESPN has the same thing. Well, let's start at number 1 because he's ours. You know him. You love him. He is. Nikola Jokic, I like to call him the hashtag Serbian basketball god. He's the number 1 player in the NBA, according to ESPN. And yes, there are a couple of really, really good players in the league, and SGA is right there with them, and Luka's right there, ranked very, very high with Nikola Jokic. But an outlet that doesn't normally get it right, again, if they're looking to hire me, Kevin manipulated my voice, and I didn't say that. But they got this right. Nikola Jokic is the best basketball player on the planet. SGA is 2. Luka is 3. I'd flip-flop that if I were in charge of the list, but I'm also an admitted SGA hater, so that's where I'm at.
So much. And yeah, listen, he was the number 1 player in 2024, and he held that spot in 2025. He took the eventual NBA champion and MVP and finals MVP to 7 games.
Yeah.
And realistically, had it not been for some injuries to Aaron Gordon and just an overall lack of depth that was a result of a toxic and feuding, philosophy battle between the GM and head coach that ultimately got them both fired, they might actually win that game. And if, based on paper, if we're looking at the 2025 Denver Nuggets going up against the Oklahoma City Thunder, I think the Nuggets could beat them. I agree. And it may not take 7 games. And that's not a slight to Oklahoma City. And yeah, SGA's 2. He had one of the best seasons individually in NBA history. But let's not forget, that's something we've said about Nikola Jokic for like half a decade straight
right.
now. So, no, I think this is perfect. They got it right. And it's not a slight to any, but Luka's number 3. And no one's saying like Luka's fallen off or Giannis at number 4. There's a lot of great and significant talent in the NBA. But Jokic just does things that no basketball player has been able to do from a positional standpoint, from a well-rounded offensive. He's maybe the greatest offensive basketball player of all time, Jokic.
I mean, to what he can do. There's been better scorers than him. Sure. But those scorers aren't the same passers.
Yeah, they're not averaging triple-doubles.
And there's better passers than him, but there's not passers that are scoring at the rate that he can.
You put it all together. And that's why SGA and Alex Caruso and some of the Oklahoma City Thunder guys and Chet Holmgren, when he's not struggling to bench 25-pound dumbbells. Did you see that video?
No.
Unbelievable.
Oh, he really
Chet
was.
Holmgren posted like a workout video, and he's like, he's like huffing and puffing to bench press like 25-pound dumbbells. I'm not here to weight shame, but I'm like, dude, you're a professional athlete.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
And also, don't post that on the internet.
Right. It's like, what was it? Was it the 76ers guy where he's like taking photos in the weight room and there's 2.5-pound plates on the bench press? It's like, who set that up for him? That's not even his fault. But no, even those guys in the Thunder after that series would tell you, Jokic is an animal. He's unbelievable. And they almost feel more of a sense of an accomplishment to move on in a postseason round having beat him. It's different.
Exactly.
It's different.
You know what I was thinking about when I saw these lists coming out of, all right, remember when the Nuggets win the championship in 2023, the NBA world goes, wow, we have got to adjust. We need to build a roster that can stop Nikola Jokic in the postseason. Tim Conley tried to do that in Minnesota, and then they did it in the following season, knocking off the Nuggets at home in game number 7. Obviously, you win a championship, the world looks at you. So now here's the NBA world going, we got to shut down SGA. We got to stop the Oklahoma City Thunder. You said it, Richie. The only thing that kept the Nuggets from winning that series was depth. They could only go 6 deep. The Thunder could go 9 deep. Now we know what the Denver Nuggets are. They can match that depth. Maybe not the 9 deep that they can go, but they're really solid 8 deep.
I'm struggling so hard. I was having this conversation with one of our colleagues yesterday. I'm struggling hard not to dive in too head first on this Nuggets hype train, man. When you look at it on paper, bringing back Bruce Brown, even if he's not relied upon as much as he was in the title year, I think Tim Hardaway Jr. is a stud.
Me too.
And is going to pay massive dividends as a scorer off the bench. And then you bring in Jonas Valanciunas, who, as a non-starter for you, is a top 100 NBA player. And combined with the Cam Johnson trade, who I think is going to be a net neutral, if not improvement, for Michael Porter Jr. in a lot of areas, I'm really starting to feel like, how the hell do they not make another finals run?
Yeah, I'm with you. It's hard not to buy in on the hype. And I actually think Cam Johnson is going to be better. Michael's a better shooter, but almost what we were saying about Nikola. Overall basketball player, Cam's better. Cam can dribble the ball.
MPJ was always the final stop for the basketball on an offensive possession, whereas the offense is going to be able to flow much more smoothly through Cam Johnson. He's a better ball handler and a better distributor, and I think what he gives you from a three-point shooting perspective, volume and efficiency, is going to be as good, if not better. Like, we had games, you could have a 3-game stretch from MPJ where he goes 1 for 11, 3 for 9, and then 5 for 7. Whereas with Cam Johnson, he might just go 4 for 8 every night.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. By the way, the rest of the names, AG was number 40 on this list. Jamal was number 46. Christian Brown was number 62. Cam was number 67. Those are your starters. Top 67 in the NBA. And then Jonas Valanciunas gets in here at number 87. And that's your backup big man for Nikola, the first real backup big man they've ever had in the Nikola Jokic era.
Since Nikola was the backup big to Nurk.
Basically, yeah. So 6 of your players you have in the top 87. It's a great sign for these Denver Nuggets.
Where'd you hear that?
The internet.
And you believed it?
Yeah. They can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
All right, well, if that's the case, then Richie, we've got some things changing on Netflix. Now, I don't know if I've even ever asked you this. I'm not the biggest baseball guy. I wish the Rockies would give me a reason to get into baseball. I've kind of now adopted Cal Raleigh and his big old rumper for winning the AL West, and I'm going to watch them throughout the postseason. But I saw this yesterday. The Home Run Derby and Yankees opening day plus multiple Yankees games going to Netflix. I think this is pretty smart by Major League Baseball and Rob Manfred. Not a lot of people are sticking with cable. Baseball needs all the help that they can get. It's a really old man's game to watch these days on television, but Netflix everybody has. Maybe when you're just scrolling through Netflix and you see a live baseball game on, a younger audience or a younger generation clicks it on, and you start to develop a younger fan base. I don't know that it's going to work, but I think it's a very smart attempt by Major League Baseball.
I think the downside is probably pretty minimal, other than maybe they don't feel like they got the ROI on their financial investment. But I'll be honest with you, Josh, and Netflix is kind of like they were like the OG big streaming service, right? They were used to get them by mail, you know?
Oh,
and you used to mail them back and forth.
Right. I forgot about that.
So now with this onset of streaming, they were like the OGs. But I find myself, Josh, as we all have to pay for all of us that cut the cord, but now you got to pay for like 7 different streaming services and YouTube TV and all this stuff that basically adds up to probably close to what you were getting with cable. I still sometimes find myself finding it harder and harder to go back to Netflix for stuff, unless it's like, okay, I'm going to watch quarterback or receiver or the Dallas Cowboys documentary, or maybe there's a specific show that's a Netflix original, but it's like tied to that thing. I'm very rarely just going to Netflix to just be like, let's surf and see what's on.
Just browse?
To just browse.
Yeah.
That's just me personally. So the more stuff that there is on there, and I think Netflix got kind of a baptism by fire in the live sporting event world with the boxing match that was just a buffering fest and all the clunky, disjointed nature. I love this. I think it's great. The Home Run Derby is fun. The All-Star Game is cool. It's one of my favorite sporting events that I didn't think I would love to. When I got to go when it was here at Coors Field a handful of years ago to all of All-Star Weekend, totally changed my perspective on it. Everybody watches the Home Run Derby because it's like see people just going yard.
Smacking dongs.
Just yamming. Smacking dongs. Double meaning.
That's what I call them. Yeah.
But so I'm cool with that. And if they're going to put some Yankees games, obviously big market teams. I'm not saying that I'm going to go out of my way because I want to see Yankees-Giants, on a Wednesday night, but it may bring me more into the fold of let's just check and see what's going on Netflix instead of scrolling through, watching Peacock reruns of The Office for the 17th time.
And by the way, if there's anybody listening at Netflix and Major League Baseball, start to sell those stars a little bit more. Give me a 10-minute story on one of the players before the game.
Right.
That I get to
fall in love with that guy because something happened to him or the
something
dream
that's
they're
Netflix
chasing.
exclusive and original that you're not going to get from a broadcast.
Sell me the star, build the brand a little bit more, and see if you can build a bigger audience that's not 95 years old watching
Just give
baseball.
me a slideshow of Cal Raleigh side profiles over and over and over again.
I'd watch that. I'd watch it a bunch. There we go. That's what's inside the internet. Hour 1, quarter 1, done just like that. Let's get into quarter number 2. Going back to foosball. There's no Broncos game on Sunday, but what are we watching? And what games will matter to the Broncos after they've already dropped a couple of AFC games? We'll tell you coming up next.
Will Vance Joseph's defense take advantage of a backup quarterback? Will Sean Payton find a rhythm on offense? We'll break it all down in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fall means football, and at Postman Law, we know winning matters. Our attorneys have won more than $3 billion for our clients, delivering the results they need when life gets tough. Car crash, workplace injury, serious accident. We know the insurance company's playbook, and we're here to help rewrite it for you with speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise. Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I've made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Unhappy with your home or business trash and recycling service? Need a temporary dumpster for a project? Call 5280 Waste Solutions at 303-529-2329. Colorado isn't just where they work, it's home. They guarantee swift, on-time pickup for residential and commercial customers. Make the switch and get reliable local service you can count on. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window when you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Hey guys, it's Zach By here. I want to make sure you know about Step Denver, a residential peer recovery program right here in the ballpark neighborhood. Step Denver helps men recover, learn how to stay sober, and put the pieces of their lives back together. There is no cost. They don't bill insurance or Medicaid, so men can get into the program the same day. I'm talking to the men out there, or maybe a friend or family member who is struggling with addiction. Step residents work full-time jobs and put the tools they're learning into play daily, building a solid foundation and savings before leaving the program. I've met men who've been through Step Denver, and I can tell you it works. Step Denver's program of sobriety, work, accountability, and community is a proven formula that leads to long-term outcomes that double the national average. Their staff have walked the same hard road to recovery. They've been there. They know what it's like, and they know what it takes. Are you ready for help? Visit stepdenver.org for more info. You want to help? Step takes no government funding and relies on private donations. You can be part of the solution at stepdenver.org. The door to a better life is open.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on 1043 HD2. Air Force football faces Hawaii with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on the Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU football faces Washington State, presented by Rock's Heating and Air, with pregame starting at 4:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
La, right in my ear holes. It feels good. Feeling good on a Bud Light Football Friday. We hope you are as well. We're hanging out with you till 2 o'clock. Dover and Cecil. Cecil on assignment today. Richie Carney sitting in for Cease. Kevin Kistner, Drew Spivak kicking it as well. And you guys, we're going to learn a little bit about the Rammies, talk with their play-by-play voice, Brian Roth, coming up at 11:15. Looking forward to that. And then we'll pick the brain of Trent Finnegan, the king of DenverSports.com, in our fourth quarter about the Buffaloes. But, Richie, I want to ask you, all right, so no Broncos. What do we do all weekend? What do you do on Sunday? Is it just locked and loaded starting at 7:30 in the morning because there's a overseas game and then red zone all day? What's your football plan this weekend?
I don't have red zone, which is
really?
somewhat controversial. But
Yeah.
I have, I can go
There's
places
ways,
to
sure.
get it. There's ways. There's
Yeah.
always ways. But I will, at a minimum, I got the YouTube TV, and I'm the quad box king.
Oh, nice.
I love
Yeah.
a quad box, and I'm going to be doing that on Saturday for a sick-ass college football weekend. And I probably plan to do that as much as I can on Sunday with whatever games I can match up during the windows. But I actually, to be honest with you, Josh, I feel like I really savor non-Broncos football Sundays. Yeah, because when the Broncos play on Sunday, that is like the sun that I revolve around. That is, I got to plan my whole day, whether it's I got to do yard work, I got to go to the gym, I got to go grocery shopping, I got to cook, I got to do all this stuff. I got to make sure that my day slides and scales around whatever that Broncos game is, because from kickoff to post-game press conferences, I'm locked in, I'm not moving, phone's on D&D, and that's that. Whereas like and I don't really pay as much attention to the other games except maybe Sunday Night Football because it's a standalone and it's kind of whatever. So I enjoy when the Broncos are in prime time and we get to move that off just a little bit because it allows me to watch the rest of the NFL and kind of see and check in on what's going on around the league.
Yeah, I like it's not a, like you said, like for me, again, it's locking in, same thing, post-game, from pre-game talk on whatever network it's on to post-game press conferences on Twitter or wherever I got to go find them for Sean and Bo to talk. The 7:30 games, I kind of get up early. You're an early guy, right? You get up early in the morning, so
ungodly early.
It's 7:30, you get to wake up, roll downstairs, turn on the television. There's already professional football on. I'm into that. I don't really care too much about Minnesota and Pittsburgh, but football's on. I'll be watching. So that's where I'll start at 7:30. I got a couple of games that I think are interesting. I don't know how interesting the game's going to be, but Jackson Dart is going to get his first start, and we have to keep an eye on what the Chargers do because they're off to this giant, separating themselves already in the AFC West. So the Chargers, they do have to travel all the way to the East Coast and play the Giants in Jackson's first start. I just don't think that the Giants are very good, and this dude's starting for the first time at the NFL level.
I don't know, man. There's two things that it feels like we can always bet on, or at least have some confidence or some apprehension on, and that is the first game after a head coach gets fired. You get the fired coach bump.
Yeah.
Remember Rich Bisaccia with the
That's
Raiders,
right, yeah.
right? It was like he was a special teams coordinator, and they ripped off like 3 games in a row, whatever it was. And I think when you make a quarterback change, not in the situation of like the Bengals and the Vikings whose quarterbacks got hurt, and those are backups that have, in Jake Browning case, been there, or Carson Wentz case is an NFL vet. This is a guy making his first start. There is no preparation for Jackson Dart other than some RPO packages that Brian Daboll mixes in there and throws in there. And this kid, to me, feels kind of like a gamer. He kind of does. And you got another guy in Cam Scatterbo, the freaking battering ram. He's like juggernaut in there, just ramming headfirst into the defense. I could absolutely see a headline on Monday morning where we're talking about throwing darts.
Wow.
And it's Scatterbo and it's Jackson Dart. It's the young faces of the Big Apple.
You got Malik Neighbors still over there?
Yeah, who's probably stoked to have somebody. So I'm not saying I would go so far as to maybe make a financial investment on the Giants, but I can see the world where that happens. And boy, I'll tell you what, if the Giants could ever do the Broncos a favor, it would be something like that with Jackson Dart. Even if he goes on and loses the next 4 games in a row.
Yeah.
If you punch first and you make that impression, that would help the Broncos a lot.
I told Cecil this week, I don't know why, because I'm not this big Jackson Dart guy, but I'm actually intrigued to see what it looks like.
I am too.
To see what he is. Really want to see if he's going to wear that diamond necklace while he plays.
Yeah, he's got the Cuban link.
'Cause I'm ripping that thing off if I'm playing against him.
Isn't it crazy that that's just become like a commonplace?
How do you not get it ripped off every time?
Or those are expensive. And I watched Receiver on Netflix.
Yeah.
And Justin Jefferson was talking about it, because Justin Jefferson is like, he's got 2 or 3 chains that he wears during the game, and some of them are like gaudy, big amulets and stuff like that. And people ask me, they're like, well, don't you worry about getting it damaged? These are like, $80,000+ chains, which makes me want to vomit. And he goes, that's what insurance is for, bro. I'm like, dude, and I look at insurance so differently. I am like dreading an insurance payment.
Yeah.
Like the thought of having to make an insurance claim for anything in my life gives me genuine anxiety. And you're like, I don't care if it breaks. It's like, that's what insurance is for.
And you're like, well, then my premium's going to go up?
Exactly.
What am I going to do about this?
Exactly. I got to wait 5 years for it to drop off my chain record.
The last 11 a.m. game, actually 2 more quick 11 a.m. games. 3-0 Indy going to play 2-1 Los Angeles, and we know why the Rams are 2-1, that blocked field goal. We're 7 seconds away from this being a really big matchup at 3-0. I shouldn't be, but I'm still holding out on Indy to see what they are, and this is a nice test with the Rams.
I spent 4 years in the state of Michigan, going to college at Michigan State, much to the chagrin of some of the people in the YouTube chat, as I've now learned.
People?
Yeah. Donald Wilson and Touchdown Bo Nix on the YouTube chat. Not big fans of that aspect of my life, which I respect. But I fell in love with Matthew Stafford. I think he is such an awesome, tough, gritty quarterback. And the fact that they had that game, the Rams did, in the bag, and they blew it right at the last second, and Philly gets to escape like that, I think there's going to be a massive overcorrection. I think the Rams roll in this one. I think Indiana Jones.
It's over, huh?
That boulder, well, not over, but I think that boulder catches up to him that's rolling down the hill.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it'd make me feel better about the Broncos game if that were the case,
right?
Going back a couple weeks. There's a few games on the afternoon docket that are pretty sweet that we're going to keep our eyes on, and like I said, have some direct connection to the Denver Broncos. We'll get back to that a little bit later on in the show. We want to go up to FOCO. What should we expect from the Rams this week? New quarterback under center. We're going to learn about him from the voice of the Rams, Brian Roth. He joins us next.
Will Bo Nix get back on track against the Bengals? Will Nick Bonito shine bright again in primetime? Zach Bai and Philip Lindsay will break it all down in a special Monday night edition of the Fan Football Pregame Show. Live on game day from Mile High Station, presented by Sam Adams Oktoberfest. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Car accident? We've got you. Flanagan Law connects you with the top doctors and handles the legal stress. We give back, donating a portion of every attorney fee to charity. Flanagan Law, justice with heart. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
It's going on right now.
Get our lowest prices of the year on everything diamond at Williams Jewelers.
Shop the largest selection of gorgeous loose GIA diamonds, every shape, every size, and price range.
But hurry, it all ends Saturday at 5 p.m.
Ho, ho, ho. Yeah, I know you didn't plan to hear from me this early, but I'm tired of lugging this bowl full of jelly around. That's why me and Mrs. Claus are with Soda Weight Loss now. I'm losing 6 pounds a week. My knees are loving my results, and I'm keeping up with the elves again. And the wife? She's all about this healthier me. Keeps telling me I'm slaying.
Ready to slay all those holiday pictures? Get photo ready and join Soda Weight Loss right now. When you join, your partner joins for free.
With all the weight I've been losing with Soda Weight Loss, they're going to have to make a whole new Santa suit for the big ride.
Real support and help from nutritionists who are just a call or text away. Take advantage of Soda Weight Loss's partner program. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Whether it's kickoff, halftime, or the final drive, fuel your football season at Dickey's Barbecue Pits. Order the 2 Can Dine for $29.99 deal. 2 meat plates stacked with pit smoke flavor. Or go for the new Triple Play Combo. A classic sandwich, savory side, and a big yellow cup for just $12.99. No matter who you're rooting for, great barbecue is always a win. Dickey's Barbecue Pit, legit. Texas barbecue.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota. Here we go! Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
we go to the hotline where we find the voice of the Colorado State Rams. You hear their games right here on the station. Means you hear him right here on the station, along with his color commentator, Ricky Brewer, who we got a chance to talk with last week. Brian, we appreciate you joining the program. Josh Dover, Richie Carney, who's sitting in for Cecil today. So they got the game coming up tomorrow at 5:30. And, of course, it is a quarterback change this week. We know during the bye week, Coach Jay Norvell gave Jackson a couple of extra reps, but now they're going with Brousseau, the new quarterback. What can you tell us about the quarterback change and what you guys expect out of Jackson?
Yeah, no, I think it was time to make a quarterback change based on what we saw on the field through the first 3 weeks of the season. And I think a lot of Brand fans probably wanted to see that done a little bit earlier than it was. It took to the first drive of the fourth quarter for that to happen. But, yeah, I mean, look, Jackson Brousseau's a kid who comes in from the Salt Lake City area. He's a redshirt sophomore, so he's been in the program for 3 years now. And the dude was just a big-time athlete in the Salt Lake area. Won 4 state championships over over 3 sports. Won one in football, was an all-state pitcher in baseball, and then they won one in basketball as well. So, he's a kid that is a winner and played at a big-time high school program in Salt Lake. Just hasn't gotten his chance here at CSU yet. And 6'4", pretty quick delivery, and a smart kid for sure, and a competitor. And so, look, guys, he came in the fourth quarter of the game last week, and Rams were down 10-3, led them on a 68-yard touchdown drive to tie it up at 10, and then they were down 17-10 the next time he touched the ball, and led them on a 75-yard drive for another touchdown that ended in a failed 2-point conversion. So he came in crunch time last week and delivered. I think that has to give him confidence going into Saturday, where he'll be making his first collegiate start.
Brian, I only asked this question because we've seen from the school up in Boulder a little bit of a revolving door at quarterback. But I did hear Jay Norvell say on Braden Fowler-Nicolosi that they're still trying to get to the bottom of what's going on there and why his play has seemingly regressed or struggled coming out of the gate. Do you see this change to Jackson Brousseau as more of an experiment while they try to work with BFN? Or is this more of a sign of a permanent change that the program is just ready to move in a different direction going forward?
Yeah, I mean, as a Ram fan, you hope it's permanent because that means that Jackson Brousseau comes out and plays well, right? I mean, the only way it wouldn't be permanent is if he came in and he's struggled and he's not getting the job done, a lot like what's happened at CU here this year. And, you go back to 2 years ago in 2023 when Braden Fowler-Nicolosi got the job, the Rams opened up the season with a quarterback named Clay Millen, who was the returning starter from the year before. Struggled in the opener against Washington State. Fowler-Nicolosi came and played great, and then the next game was in Boulder against Colorado, and Fowler-Nicolosi got the start, and obviously he had a big game in that contest and then kind of was entrenched. And so, you hope there's not a revolving door because if there's a revolving door, it means that Jackson Brousseau is not getting the job done for this Ram offense. And look, I don't think Jay Norvell and this Ram coaching staff is going to ask Jackson Brousseau on Saturday night to go out and put the offense on his shoulders and go win the game. I mean, the Rams have shown already this year they have a very capable rushing attack. The offensive line has been pretty good. They have 2 really good running backs in Lloyd Avant and Jalen Dupree. So, Brousseau doesn't have to go out there and win the game and throw for 340 yards and 4 touchdowns. He's got to go out there, execute, not turn the ball over, be efficient. And, I think he'll be all right. But, I think Ram Nation collectively is looking at this saying, okay, Jackson Brousseau has the job. Let's hope he plays well, and let's hope this is a one-time quarterback change moving on through the rest of the year.
You are listening to the voice of Brian Roth, play-by-play voice for those Colorado State Rams. You're going to hear their game tomorrow right here on The Fan. Kickoff is 5:30. So with the new quarterback, and you said it with the state championships there, Brian, that's awesome to hear about how many big moments this guys have already played in. But what do you expect out of Norvell and this offensive game plan? Are they going to be conservative? Do they want to make things simple for Brousseau, or are they going to try to, give this kid the opportunity to let it rip?
Yeah, I mean, you just don't know how a kid's going to react to his first career start. And I was talking to Nick Stevens, who was a former Colorado State quarterback who played for the Rams from 2014 to 2017. I ran into him this week, and I said, hey, do you remember your first career start? He goes, yeah. He goes, man, I was so nervous, and you get out there, and it takes a little bit to kind of get going a little bit. But again, with Jackson playing last week in the situation he got put in, I think he'll react well. And he's been in here 3.5 years, so he knows the offense, right? And so I think Jay Norvell is comfortable with him in there. It's not like he's a redshirt freshman and has only been in the system a little bit. I mean, he's been in the system almost 3 years now. So I think because he's a first-time starter, I think they'll be a little bit more conservative just because of that alone. But in terms of knowledge of the offense and being able to execute and understanding his receivers and offensive line and tight end and the weapons he has around him, I mean, he knows these guys. So I think Jay Norvell, just as a human, tendency that we have, will probably dial it back just a little bit because it's his first start. But at the end of the day, I mean, you got to go out there and try to put up points and be an effective, efficient offense. So it's going to be interesting to see on Saturday night.
Brian, I want to switch to the defensive side of the ball, and I want to take a little bit of a peek backward to get your opinion on the ending of the game last week and maybe spin it forward to this weekend. What did you make of the decision to go for 2 at the end of the game there against UTSA after the penalty that changed things? You had the extra point, took it off the board, and obviously it doesn't go your way. So I want to get your thoughts on that and then maybe spin it forward to ask you, what, especially defensively, do the Rams need to do to avoid finding themselves in these very hair-raising end-of-game situations like you saw the last 2 weeks against USC and UTSA?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, anytime you have a situation like the Rams were in where it's basically the end of the game, there's 29 seconds in this case, where it's a 2-point conversion to win or lose, right? You get it, you win, everybody's happy. You don't get it, you lose, and everybody's disappointed, and that you can second guess any call, right? And oftentimes in these situations, you guys know, boy, you make that call and the 2-point conversion works, and everybody's saying, boy, what a gutsy call.
You're a hero.
Tremendous play call, right? It's just like incredible coaching, right? And if it doesn't work, you're like, man, what were they thinking? To me, and I said this on the broadcast, I thought the defense had played lights out in the second half. I thought the offense was starting to find their groove. I thought they were at home. I thought the Rams had the momentum. I thought overtime would have favored CSU. I did. And a lot of times the conventional wisdom is at home. You play for overtime on the road, especially if you're a dog on the road. You get into a situation like that, you want to go for 2. But Jay Norvell went for 2. I don't have a massive problem with that. I thought overtime would have favored the Rams, but again, you want to go for 2, go for it. I'm okay with that. You look at the Ram defense, and look, a competent offense through the first 3 quarters last week for the Rams. They win that game 24-17. Mm-hmm. They win it 27-17, right? The defense has been really good. That was the UTSA offense that came in with the leading rusher in the nation and was averaging 36 points per game. And the Ram defense got a couple turnovers. They held UTSA to just 2 first downs in the second half, 2. And so the defense has played well. They've been salty. They're aggressive. I really like the way that this defense is playing, and I think they'll continue to play well the rest of the year. Now, the question is, what's the offense going to look like? And if for some reason Jackson Brousseau can come in, spark this Ram offense, the defense continues to play salty, this is a CSU team that can turn it around. You win Saturday night, you go into conference play, and you still have all your goals in front of you.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity. It's a rough start, but, man, a lot of football left for those Rammies. I'm fired up to see Jackson. It's intriguing to see what they can do there with a change and what kind of shot in the arm that gives the Rams. Kickoff, 5:30 tomorrow, right here on The Fan. You will hear that man, Brian Roth, call the game. Brian, we're always grateful for your time, man. Thanks for the insight, and we'll talk again real soon.
I appreciate you guys.
There he is, at Brian H. Roth on Twitter, if you want to follow along right there. But like I said, you'll hear him here tomorrow, kickoff at 5:30. We'll get back to that game a little bit later on and give you some more thoughts on that. But I'm intrigued by a quarterback change in Fort Collins. Let's talk about the quarterback for the Denver Broncos. Bo Nix was asked what he would do differently on those overthrows last week in L.A. He gave a good answer, but I think his play is telling a different story. Details coming up next.
Will Vance Joseph's defense take advantage of a backup quarterback? Will Sean Payton find a rhythm on offense? We'll break it all down in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whether you're into local craft brews, adventurous cocktails, or ice-cold 29-degree drafts, they've got your drink. Pair it with scratch-made favorites from their special menu. And you've got the perfect way to wind down or turn up. Whatever your vibe, Twin Peaks is your go-to for the best happy hour in the league. See you tonight at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
I'm Dr. Joel Cherdak with Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you're ready to lose weight safely and effectively, we prescribe real GLP-1 medications at standard dosages from licensed U.S. pharmacies, not half-strength drugs from unknown or online sources. Your care is managed by a real medical doctor at a real clinic with telemedicine available. And right now, we're offering a free consultation to help you get started. See real results for under $300 a month. Schedule your free consult today at DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Another summer is ended, and you may have noticed that your energy is lower, your workouts aren't as productive, perhaps you aren't sleeping as well and feel foggy all the time, maybe even your sex drive is off. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're experiencing some or all of these symptoms, it's likely you have low testosterone. And if that's what's going on with you, don't wait. You need to call us at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get treated for your low T. Because living with low testosterone is no way to live. With our low T treatments, if you're like most guys, your life will change considerably. Improved sleep, better energy, greater gains in the gym, better mental clarity, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. Plus, most men see these results in just a few weeks. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Meet Slate, the most personalizable, affordable pickup/SUV/whatever you want it to be. Learn more and reserve yours at slate.auto.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on 104.3 HD2. Air Force football faces Hawaii with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU football faces Washington State, presented by Rocks Heating and Air, with pregame starting at 4:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday.
to the Rams, quarterback change, and a chance this weekend to turn their season around, get a win over Washington State. Just need to beat the Cougars this weekend. Buffs and Rams, opportunity to do so. Like I said, we'll get back to that and revisit some of those conversations later on in the show. We'll make our official picks for the weekends coming up later as well. As Richie Carney sitting in here today for one Cecil Lammy, and we want to hear a little bit from Bo Nix. And the entire conversation this week when it came to Bo Nix was, of course, the overthrows. So Bo Nix, taken to the podium on Thursday this week instead of Wednesday, was asked, hey, Bo, is there anything you wished you would have done differently on those missed deep balls?
I'm going to miss several throws in the future and probably going to miss a few deep ones. We just got to keep throwing.
Yeah, so that's an interesting answer to me, the way he's kind of saying it. I mean, this is how he even starts of is he trying not to go, well, I'd like to hit him, obviously. You know what I mean? Of like, I'd like to connect on them. Stupid question. That's what I would like to do. You could tell he's pretty frustrated. I'm sure he's sick of talking about it, hearing about it. But hey, when you're the quarterback for the Denver Broncos and you get that pedestal when you win, you also get the blame when you lose.
Yeah, but listen, I think if we lived in a world where Aaron Rodgers and Tua Tagovailoa, two of the most defensive human beings I've ever met that play the game of football, didn't exist, I'd be like, Bo's being a little snippy and defensive there. But we don't. And I also think I would feel very confident in saying nobody's more pissed off watching those plays back about how they ended up
I agree.
Than Bo Nix. And I actually think him being so in his mind and maybe either trying to outdo or live up to the bar that he set last year, fair or otherwise, and just kind of trying to do too much and move too quickly is what's contributing to this. So that's what I hear when I hear that, is like, it's a confirmation of this stuff. I almost just swore there.
Oh, wow. Nice.
This stuff is bothering the hell out of him.
Yes, it is.
And I think that's a good thing. And listen, I understand that the start of 2025 through 3 weeks thus far has not been what we thought it would be. Mm-hmm. It's been much closer to the start of 2024 than we ever thought or wanted it to be, when Bo was drinking through a fire hose and he looked like he couldn't throw the ball in the rain and all that. But watching Bo go from the quarterback he was in weeks 1 through 4 of last year to weeks 11 through 18, he's a bona fide Rookie of the Year candidate. He's slinging the ball all over the yard. He's one of the best statistical quarterbacks in the entire NFL, not just rookie class. And the fact that the majority of the time when you listen to this guy, does he not come across like a dude that is down to earth, that is a grinder, that wants to get through it? That's what I'm kind of leaning on. I think especially with the losses and the heartbreaking walk-off nature of the last two, it's easy to get kind of spiraled up and wrapped up. I'm trying to take the advice that I'm giving to Bo Nix, which is just
calm down.
Calm down. I think Bo's going to be fine. I think he's got to work out things up here between the ears and slow down a little bit and get back to playing the football that he was at the end of last season, with a tougher schedule, with some different pieces around him that are having their own struggles in getting going. So things you got to navigate and hurdle. But I don't want to have the YouTube chat and the RamosLaw.com text line and everybody in Broncos country thinking that you, me, or anyone here at the station is like starting to get overly down on Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Because I still think we got a guy here.
I do too. And look, I'm actually encouraged that he sounds pissed off and kind of annoyed that question is being answered. Again, you have to answer it, Bo. It's the situation you're in. You're the quarterback for the Denver Broncos, where it's a top-tier franchise, and there have been a couple of really good quarterbacks in the history of it. So if he were just to go up there and been like, oh, yeah, man, totally missed those throws, right? It's crazy. I'll get him next time. I'd go, wait a minute. You better be a little bit more serious than that. I want him to be frustrated and annoyed with that. But what I will say of him saying, I'm going to miss a bunch of these throws. You got to keep firing, keep being aggressive, right? That's what Sean said, keep firing. That's why what they're both saying isn't necessarily matching up. And you said this earlier about, all right, well, there is that little check down over here. Why aren't you letting that second progression get all the way through and then fire it downfield, taking that shot?
Yeah.
I think there were some moments last week where Bo was not being aggressive, was not letting it rip.
You had Sutton breaking open on a late developing route, and by that time, Bo had already looked off of it and was looking to the check down to the running back at that point.
And knowing that that's a long developing route where it's not going to be ready right there on your. It's why it's not your first progression.
Yeah, and I think the pockets have been cleaner overall with the offensive line, who hasn't been, they've had their own flaws too. I think they're better than people give them credit for, but I also think there's room for improvement. I liked what some of the conversation in the discourse was yesterday with like, hey, everyone wants to, poo-poo the offensive line here in Denver and kind of makes it an easy scapegoat when they can't run the ball well or whatever. You watch some of these other NFL games around the league, and there's quarterbacks that are running for their life real, maybe not bailing out of the pocket and flushing out early the way it seems like Bo Nix has at times.
Did you I just saw this morning, so I don't know if it just came out or I'm late to Twitter. That Dove Kleiman guy or whatever tweeted a video with the Packers and Browns game last week. Garrett Miles, I always say Miles Garrett because I can never remember what his first name actually is.
Sure.
Got by his guy so fast that the Packer, left tackle or whatever it is,
run,
Jordan,
run, Jordan,
because he had let him go so fast. And then it clipped to Garrett Miles on the sideline going, "Did y'all boys hear that guy?"
Yes, I did see that. I didn't see it from Dov Kleiman, who just steals things from other people and repurposes them on Twitter because he's a snake, but allegedly. But I do think that this Broncos offensive line has done maybe a better job in some aspects than they've been given credit for, despite the fact that, like most areas on the roster, including the defense, which has not lived up to some of the high bar and billing that we and others in Broncos country have placed on it, has room for improvement.
I said, was it this week? I think I told Cecil. Garrett Bowles has been really, really good. And I know there's an analytical nerd out there pushing the glasses in the middle of his nose and going, well, hold on, let me tell you about Mike McGlinchey. And I'm telling you, your numbers don't matter to me.
Yeah, pass block win rate.
What I see, Mike McGlinchey could be a little bit better at his right tackle spot.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, listen, there's real stalwart franchise tackles don't hit free agency very often.
There you go,
right?
yeah.
Now, it doesn't mean that Mike McGlinchey's not a solid starting tackle.
Sure.
And all you got to do to solidify that thought is look at the revolving door at right tackle between Mike McGlinchey and our guy, Big O, Orlando. He's like Little O now. Orlando Franklin, who held down that spot for a while. There's like 15 guys that tried and failed to do that. We want to go back to the Billy Turners of the world?
No, absolutely not.
Of course we don't. So I think that there is more of a disjointed nature to this offense than I thought there would be going into a full offseason between Bo and Sean, bringing in these pieces like Evan Ingram, revamping the running back room, turning it over entirely. Now that Jaleel McLaughlin is the inactive regular week to week, it's an entirely new running back room. There's no holdovers. And I like what I've seen from J.K. Dobbins so far. And I know that specifically the person that sits in this chair and on this show has been waving the R.J. Harvey flag and banging that drum for more opportunities and more touches. So I think that there is projection and things to positively look forward to in the future. It's just taken a little bit longer than I think it should have, in my opinion, to get there. And that's why you get comments like Touchdown Bo Nix on the YouTube chat. It's like, hey, I'm tired of talking about what can be and what should be. It's time for some results.
I agree with you.
We talk about that with the Buffs and Coach Prime. We're in year 3.
Right.
And we're talking about maybe they might not make a bowl game. Maybe they might lose the next 4 games in a row, 3 of which are against ranked opponents. At some point, the rubber's got to meet the road. And Sean, fair or otherwise, accelerated that timeline by opening his mouth and saying the things that he said.
It's almost as, all right, you get to the playoffs, you're a wild card team. Sure, you get your butts beat by the Bills, but that was kind of expected by some, right? And
they're a much better football
team.
Nobody's questioning that.
They're 4 years ahead of the process than where the Broncos are with Bo Nix.
And they have a unicorn at quarterback that we may not see again for a good length of time.
But what I didn't think it would be this. I thought they would pick up, and maybe even not right where they left off. But I didn't think there would be this hard reset of going back to the basics and Bo's footwork now being a part of the conversation again. I didn't think we'd have to. I thought, hey, you're starting from step 4 instead of step 0 this year, and it feels like they're starting again from step 0.
Yeah, I think that was a huge part of how so many people got to this is a 13-win team and Super Bowl 60 or whatever is theirs until it's not, was because we expected weeks 1 through 3 and now going into this primetime game in week 4 to look like weeks 12, 13, 14 of last season. We expected them to hit the ground running and pick up where they left off, and it hasn't been the case, which is causing a lot of readjustment and realignment expectation-wise.
All right, we got to check our X. We do it at 11:45 every day. What's on our timeline that you need to know about? I got a couple things that I want to know what's happening on Richie's timeline. The new Nikola Jokic shoe came out today. We'll talk a little bit about that. And Kawhi Leonard. All these things are coming out about Kawhi, and I have to ask the question, crook or genius? Let's answer it next.
How should the Broncos attack the Bengals on offense?
Let's look good as a team collectively, and let's give J.K. Dobbins 22 carries. Let's give R.J. Harvey 10 carries and see what this number can look like rushing the football because of who the opponent is and what J.K. has shown. You give that dude the ball 20 times, you give R.J. a chance to rush it 10 times, I think this Broncos team could put 200-plus yards on the Bengals' heads.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
It's your last chance to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their current selection of EVs at sthmotors.com to get the EV you want before they are gone. Siltar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Most business owners and decision makers work hard but stay frustrated because customers simply don't know they exist. Marketing isn't about being flashy. It's about making sure people understand how you solve their problem. Audio, video, and online campaigns put your message where your customers are already paying attention. And your friends at Denver Sports, they specialize in connecting customers to businesses. The moment you get clear and show up consistently, growth follows. Don't stay the best kept secret in town. Visit DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button and start growing today.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-33, 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Looking for a cleaner, healthier workspace in the Denver area? Pike Janitorial, locally owned since 1994, delivers custom commercial cleaning. From day porters services to full nightly janitorial cleaning, using eco-friendly products that are safe for kids and pets without breaking the bank. They'll even beat your current cleaner's price by 10%, guaranteed. Pike services offices, daycares, schools, medical facilities, anywhere you need excellence. Visit denver-janitorial.com for your free quote. Pike Janitorial, clean you can count on.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, what's going on our timeline as we check our check Twitter? Richie Carney, who's sitting in for Cecil Lammy today. Now, Cecil and I are big sneaker heads. You got some nice shoe game to you, too, from time to time.
Every
See
now
you
and then.
rocking the heat around here.
Yeah, every now and then. I've got like the daily wear that's
Yeah.
just like my beater shoes. I'm moving around these Nikes that I wear, but you know, I got thanks to Cecil.
Yeah.
I've got a nice pair of homage Jordan 1s with the split red and
Yeah,
black and
they're
white.
sweet.
Red. They're so cool.
The Nikola Jokic shoe, the 361 brand. Now, not a lot of people know about the brand 361. It's really popular in Europe, and Joker's not even he is their lead athlete. Like, he is the guy they try to sell the most shoes. Now, AG's got a 361 shoe. There's a couple of other
Thanks
NBA
to
players.
Jokic.
Exactly.
Because that's why he's the man, is that he's bringing other
Yeah.
athletes to this company.
Exactly right. And the Joker 1, dude, Cheeto, if you're listening, let me know. My buddy Cheeto bought like every single colorway. And I feel like there's like 20 of those things.
I wanted I think it was the Mr. Krabs.
Oh,
ones
yeah.
With the red and blue. I like those a lot.
Shap got them. Shapiro got those
He
ones.
did. I've
Those
seen him
exact
wearing them around.
ones.
It was for me. I was power ranking them. It was the Mr. Krabs ones with the blue and white. I liked the Patrick Star, I think, ones, and then I'm like yellow's a tough color for me shoes wise. So that was probably lowest on my list.
See, I have the triple reds right now, so it's just all red.
Yeah.
And I play basketball in them. They're light. They're the like sock thing. I don't know, like the sock that sometimes is around your ankle on some of those basketball shoes. It's the soft material, but on the inside, it's like hard almost to protect your ankle because I'm terrible at defense, so my ankles are all over the place. I love it. Absolutely love them. Now, the Joker 2 is out. Richie, I have retweeted this at Joshua Dover if you want to go see him.
I'm looking at it right now.
You are looking at it. All right, tell me what you think. You like, you don't like. I think I'm more of a Joker 1 guy. I'm probably still going to buy these to support my dude, but I don't know that I like them as much as the OG Joker 1.
No, immediately. It was like buffering as you were saying that, so I was hoping you would vamp a little bit. But as soon as it came up, my immediate thought was, no, not as cool.
Yeah.
It feels like you're almost trying to do too much. It almost feels cliche that I'm going to make a comic book reference here, but this feels like a Venom version.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it's just like, we're just going to splatter black all over it with the color leaking through, and it's like, sometimes I think we overthink things. Just make a shoe that looks cool.
Yeah.
You don't have to make it, you have these like foam textures and all this other stuff. I liked the Joker ones. And to be honest with you, I loved and thought it was so on brand for Nikola Jokic, the anti-NBA superstar, for there to be like a SpongeBob color theme to it. You know what I mean? Like, you could show me this picture without the 361 and the Joker logo and tell me those are the new AEs or the new John Morant's or whatever it is, and because I'm not a huge sneakerhead in the basketball realm, so if you just told me that's what they were, I would be like, okay, I don't. So I think that this doesn't feel as connected to and as cool as the one release.
What is that? Pink and blue? What is that color?
Yeah, it's like like pink and it's like a pinkish red.
Okay,
and then the other one is like a bluish purple. So it's not just like full on blue.
Okay, like I said, I like the ones I'm rocking as a better look right now, but I'll probably I'm always looking for an excuse to buy shoes anyway, so I'll probably buy those.
You found it.
I'll tell, come on, Kelsey, come on, they're Joker shoes. I gotta support my guy. So yeah, I'll end up with them sooner rather than later. All right, last one for me, and I mentioned this: Kawhi, crook or genius? So we know
what a
all
fascinating question, by the way.
All the things he was getting in LA, and now the tree company paying him $28 million. Now the Athletic has a story that when he was having these conversations about who he was going to sign with, remember Toronto, he was asking for houses and cars for his uncles and aunties and all that stuff. He had a sit down with the Lakers as well. And according to the Athletic, quote, Leonard didn't just want the max deal they were offering. He wanted unlimited access to their private plane, a house, and guaranteed off-court earnings from endorsements. Got that in L.A., reportedly. The Athletic previously reported he also wanted a slice of the team itself. He requested that the Lakers give him ownership stake just like they did 25 years earlier with Magic Johnson. So he wanted the PJ to, on demand, whenever he wanted, unpaid extra sponsorship deals.
Yeah, no shows.
His own home and a stake in the ownership of the Los Angeles Lakers. And they obviously told him no.
Yeah, listen, you maybe had a better chance if you were trying to do that with, like, the Toronto Raptors, where he ended up going or something like that, but you're talking about the Lakers, man.
Right,
this is
dude.
like a foundational sports franchise, love them or hate them, here in America. And now globally, because of the NBA's efforts to expand globally, the Lakers, you got kids running around in China with Kobe Bryant jerseys and wearing Lakers gear. I'm sure Luka, especially now internationally, is helping fuel that fire. Kawhi, there's a part of me that wants to say genius because he got away with some of it. And you can call him a crook, but he's only a crook because he got people to agree to his demands.
The crook's actually Steve Ballmer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So even though like the right side of the line is probably to call him a crook, I'm going to have to go with genius because he got people, billionaires, to sign off on it.
Dude, he signed a max deal, and then the Clippers still gave him $28 million after a max deal. Like I said, I'm kind of with you. Everybody goes, oh, how could he do that? How could he do that? I'd love to do that. I'd love to get some billionaire to give me extra money because I'm really good at what it is I do for a living. I'm going genius. Richie, what's happening on your timeline, man?
Well, there's a couple of things, and none of them are serious or sports related in nature, which is most of what my timeline is. Outside, it's like that and like gifs of Dua Lipa. But
that's nice.
It doesn't suck. I'm on Twitter a lot, Josh. There was a debate, and this debate or debates similar to this have sparked and come up a lot. And this one has resurfaced now. And the question is, it's a guy group chat debate.
Okay.
You get $100,000 for every 10-year-old American kid that you can beat up in a fight.
Whoa.
How many? No, but as soon as they beat you, you lose all the money.
Oh, wow.
How many 10-year-olds do you think you could confidently take on knowing that if you go too high and you pick too many, you lose everything? So it's almost like you got a risk assessment here. I'll lead it off and just say, as arrogant as it might sound, and maybe I'm going to be like the guys who do that survey, there's like 6% of American men think they could beat a grizzly bear in a fight.
Yeah. I love these kind of
15,
things.
20, 10-year-old kids, it's going to get ugly. In fact, the limiting factor is whether or not I start to feel guilty.
So wait, is it like at a time? Or I'm fighting 10 at a time, or one back to back to back, and I'm just going nuts?
Because if it's one at a time, that's just brutal. I mean, there's no end to that.
That's what I was going to say. I just Googled. There's 140 million 10-year-olds. All of them.
Yeah.
If it's one to
line
one.
them up.
Yeah.
No. We're talking en masse. They get to come.
Okay.
They get to come at you or whatever.
Yeah.
So this is kind of like the 100 men versus a gorilla thing, right? I even though it's probably way too high from a physics perspective, I don't think I could go lower than 15 or 20.
I think I'm there.
And I'll risk losing all the money.
See, I think I'm there with you because even like worst case scenario, and this is exact. My ego's taking over here. I'm an idiot, but I'm gonna
I've been
let it
thinking about
happen.
this all day.
In my head, I'm going, there's 20 10-year-olds on my back, and I'm starting to lose it. But then I just get this burst of adrenaline, and like almost like the Hulk, they all fly off of me. You know what I mean? And then I start taking them out one by one.
And similarly to the 100 men versus a gorilla thing, right? When it's 100 guys versus a gorilla, you got to count on all 100 dudes wanting to get their skull bashed in by a silverback. Okay? The same applies to these 10-year-olds. Like, are 10-year-olds number 8, 9, and 10 going to be as down for that action as the first 8 if we're really going into it? Or, frankly, am I going to start to feel guilty or have, like, a stroke of conscience?
You drop kick a kid 50 yards, you're like, oh.
I would for a second, and then I'd look up at the ticker that shows $100,000, just like Squid Games, just money dropping into a vault.
Yeah.
And it would be exhaustion on my part would be the only limiting factor.
Yeah, I think the number you said is right, though. It's about 15, 20. And it is that of like, I'm trying to just embarrass the first 3 little Johnnies, And then that way, the next 3 little Timmies, I'm like, you want this smoke? Is this what you really came here for?
Now, I will say, though, that there are, and you see them, they usually go viral on social media like their freshman year of high school or their freshman year of college when they get a full ride scholarship to IMG or something. There are some 10-year-olds out there that are significantly larger than me.
Right.
There is that, too. So it's like, are we talking, 10, 15, 20 superhuman 10-year-olds that are going to be starters at the USC offensive line?
Yeah.
Or is it like 10-year-olds that I grew up with where I'm like, this is fine?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the 10-year-olds in my group. It's David Martinez, who had a mustache when he was 12. Imagine what he was at 10. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, what the hell is this guy
Right.
doing?
Corn-fed farm 10-year-olds.
Yeah. That's a great one. I love that kind of question and scenario. That's fun. You guys tell us on the text line, how many 10-year-olds would it take to take you down? 303-713-1043. Don't forget to put your name on your text or answer over on YouTube, where you have to come up with your name right there, and we will see it. Just search Denver Sports on YouTube. All right, let's get into our lunch hour. It's quarter number 3 on a Bud Light Football Friday. We're going to go over some keys to the games for the Buffaloes, and I want to talk about something Sean Payton can do to help Bo Nix. He probably should have already done this, but I wonder if he ever has. We'll tell you what it is next.
Will Bo Nix get back on track against the Bengals? Will Nick Bonito shine bright again in primetime? Zach By and Philip Lindsay will break it all down in a special Monday night edition of the Fan Football Pregame Show. Live on game day from Mile High Station, presented by Sam Adams Oktoberfest. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Car accident? We've got you. Flanagan Law connects you with the top doctors and handles the legal stress. We give back, donating a portion of every attorney fee to charity. Flanagan Law, justice with heart. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Greg.
Hi, my name is Greg. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 10 years. I noticed that I was really tired. I was lethargic. I didn't sleep really well, and I was overweight. My waist was 4 inches over what it should have been. It was really difficult for me to lose the body shape I didn't like. And of course, my marriage, yes. No man in their 40s wants to have low libido in their marriage. I'm really thankful for this therapy because it just makes me feel the man I want to be, active, at home, everywhere. If you're feeling like I was, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today and get checked. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Thanks, Greg. It's true. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
I do. Everyone does. But even the best deal in the market becomes high if rates fall in the future. So now what? Go through all the expense again? No. Just go to U.S. Mortgages and get our trademarked lowest rate for life product. It allows you to get your savings today and lock in at below market rates like our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, 4.75% 5 years fixed?
Yes, and even if the market does improve further, great. We redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee, and there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. So stop waiting for rates to get better and wasting money. Lock in your savings now and know you're 100% protected with lowest rate for life. Call 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303 low rate or online at usmloan.com. Rate must be locked by 9/16.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Looking to sell your used Rolex watch? We buy and sell pre-owned Rolex watches, all styles from old to new. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Bring in your Rolex watch and we will buy it on the spot. Matthews, located in Highlands Ranch, serving Colorado since 1951.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on 104.3 HD2. Air Force football faces Hawaii with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on the Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU football faces Washington State, presented by Rocks Heating and Air, with pregame starting at 4:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
On the road today, Society Sports and Spirits in Denver. If you're out and about, looking for a reason to leave work and not go back, we just gave you one. Go hang out with Zach By, Philip Lindsay. They're broadcasting live from Society there from 2 to 6, and they'll get you set for the big football weekend that will be. Richie and I are going to get you set for that over the next couple hours before we hand off to them. And if you want to be a part of the show, we'd love to hear from you. 2 ways to hang. Watch the show on YouTube. Just search Denver Sports, then click on that Dover and Cecil live show page right there. Show will pop up. Chat room is available. And over on the text line, if you're out and about driving, listen on the radio, shoot us a text when you're not driving at 303-713-1043, and we ask that you put your name on your text as well so that we can give you a shout out here on the show. I will say this, your 10-year-old fighting scenario is getting a lot of love on the text line.
It gets the wheels turning. Like, obviously, it's just a joke, by the way. We're not advocating beating up 10-year-olds. But if you were offered $100,000 per, it's a fair question about how many you think you would take on.
Rome says, I would absolutely mow over 10 to 15 kids. Then my chunky self would need a breather if I just got 4 or 5 seconds to rest.
Do I get, right, is there like a 30-second, can I take, how many timeouts do I get for 30 seconds to regroup?
Are you wearing like a mouthpiece? Is that, you know
people,
what I mean?
Well, people ask, like, do I get, because, you know, as the text line points out, the Ramoslaw.com text line, the 10-year-old's go-to move is to get you in the nads. So do you get to wear a cup?
Oh, that's right.
Right?
Yeah.
My thinking is you have several decades and several, pounds of muscle and life experience over you don't get to wear protection.
Yeah.
Okay? You got to take it as it comes. They don't get to wear helmets,
Right.
or football pads.
Calvin from Kentucky. My 11-year-old is 4'4", 80 pounds. I would take on 35 of them before I got worn out.
At 4'4", 80 pounds or whatever. Yeah, you could bump my number up if that's the 10-year-old and it's not like the Samoan, kid who's moving over from Hawaii.
We got Derek in Denver says, man, you really got me thinking about this.
I'm telling you, I saw it on social media, and this guy's like, this has been going on in my college, my college friends and fraternity brothers group chat for the last like 3 or 4 days, and it's hilarious to me. What do you guys think? And I started thinking about it. I'm like, man, I'm really trying to map. Okay, like what if I get tired? What's the move? Is it more upper body and then I start using my legs? How do you space it out?
Oh, that's hilarious. That's fun. You said it though, like the guys think they can do this. I always thought the fun one was 1% or whatever the number is, think they can land an airplane if they had to land it.
Right. As someone who's landed
airplanes. The pilots
airplanes.
had an heart attack. Can somebody land an airplane? You can't. We can't.
Yeah.
We would not do that.
Yeah. Now, maybe, not to step out over my skis here, maybe because there's a lot of autopilot engaging mid-flight,
Sure.
You could help keep a plane on the track if it's already in flight and you don't have to touch too much. But yeah, when it comes to takeoff and landing with the sensitivity, I'm sure, of the controls there, and you're not working on a flight simulator and you got hundreds of lives in your care in the back seat who are pissed off about drink service.
Yep.
I'm not confident that I could do it in an emergency situation.
I've landed a Cessna Skyhawk 172 15 times, 20 times, multiple times by myself, with nobody else in the plane. I couldn't land a passenger airplane with all of those things that you're talking about because I'm sweating, I'm crapping and peeing my pants. Yeah, none of us are doing that. Nobody is landing an airplane.
Somebody on the Rumble.com text line says, forget their move. You kick the 10-year-olds in the NAD first. You take the fight to them.
I love the strategies that are coming through on these text line questions. That's a ton of fun. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Give us your number and tell us what strategy you would employ against those 10-year-olds, and you get $100,000 for every one of them that you take out.
I'm retiring.
Yeah,
for sure. Paying off my parents' houses, buying some property.
I can't wait to talk about this with my lady a little later on at home.
And then I'm apparently never having kids because I don't know how I could look at my own 10-year-old son the same way ever again. Every time he doesn't do his homework, doesn't clean his room, like, I could get $100,000 right now.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah.
All right, let's talk some Broncos here and get some keys for the Buffaloes coming up. A quick injury report here, Richie. Again, we're going to get another one in about 3.5 hours from right now. But the injury report from yesterday actually looked pretty good. The only limited player, it's not who you think it would be. It's John Franklin Myers, who's got a hip injury, limited, but should be good to go today. And then Saturday we'll get game designation. But Evan Ingram was the one that we were looking at because he didn't play last week. Mike Kliss told us he wasn't even sure if he traveled with the team to Los Angeles because you just don't want to mess with the back injury. He was a full participant. All right, that's great that you were a full participant in practice. It's time for him to start to be a full participant in the games. And I told you earlier, like watching out at camp, and you were out there for a handful of those practices and watching Evan Ingram. He not only was making plays, but he was influencing what the safety was doing, what linebackers and nickel corners were doing. And then now, because there's been no results, even if he goes Sunday, Richie, let's say he goes and he's as close to 100% as maybe he's been all year. Why would a safety play up? Why would that nickel cornerback play inside technique to cover him on a route? He hasn't done anything to earn that. So there's the influence that the Joker can make. It's not even real. There's no influence.
Josh, it was easily, far and away, one of the biggest takeaways from the offense, especially during the early portion of training camp prior to the joint practices that I took away from watching this team was Evan Ingram was going to eat. Mm-hmm. He was a weapon in the middle of the field. He was an athletic mismatch, even at this stage in his career, against the average NFL linebacker. And then certainly, as you said, pointing out and drawing attention from nickel corners and safeties and other DBs. And it just hasn't translated. And I understand there's been injury and there's been things that get nicked up here and there. But I'll just toss it back to you because he's got this full designation, as you laid out. And it's a question that's bouncing around the YouTube chat right now. Going into this game with a full designation, clean bill of health by NFL standards, because everybody in the NFL's hurt, even a month into the season. How many catches does Evan Ingram get, do you think, on Sunday? And do we see him at any point in this Sunday or maybe going forward become the focal point of the offense and the attention grabber that we thought he was going to be going to the preseason? Does that vision, based on what you think right now, ever materialize as the Joker?
It's so hard to see it right now. It's like almost impossible. He's got 4 catches. And I know he missed the game last week, but the biggest highlight we have to talk about with Evan Ingram was a ball thrown from Jared Stidham. And unless your name's Mike Evans, that doesn't really get you going too much. So that's it. There's nothing for me to draw on outside of my training camp eyes and takes from there. But, dude, that's how long ago is that now? A couple months since we've seen that? You can't hang your hat on that. So I'm not saying like, hey, I've lost complete faith that we'll never see the Joker this year. I'm saying I'm not going to blindly just follow what Sean says about it. You have to show me that Evan Ingram can be the Joker before I just say, oh, yeah, Sean finally got his Joker.
Yep, I think that I had this caution. I had to caution it with myself, just like I mentioned earlier when we were talking about the Nuggets, how I'm fighting really hard to just dive headfirst into the hype pool for the Nuggets because of the offseason acquisitions they made, because of where Nikola Jokic is at in the prime of his career, and Cam Johnson and all of that. I had to kind of take a moment and check myself when Evan Ingram got signed, and he's posting the gif of Heath Ledger driving hazardly out the window, and
we all ate it up,
embracing that role. It was awesome. And then watching it in training camp, I had to take a step back in a moment just to check myself and say, hey, are we setting Evan Ingram up for failure or disappointment because of heavy expectations that we in the media and we in the fan base are placing on him compared to what actually takes place on the field? You could argue, based on the early returns that we've gotten from Bo Nix, that we might have overhyped the finish to the 2024 season a little bit, and there was clearly some things that needed to be worked out there. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing with Evan Ingram. And I agree with you. I don't think that it's time to just throw up the white flag and the Joker's not even real, which is another thing I'm seeing on the YouTube chat. There's no such thing. I think there is. And I think that play in the preseason, that ball from Jared Stidham, showed you that there's explosive play potential and capability from a guy like Evan Ingram in this offense to do all of those things. I just don't know that it's going to be the full-fledged fire hose on offense that we thought it was going to be coming right out of the gate.
Well, I'll ask you off. Do you see it? Does it evolve into that? Does it develop into that?
Not without Bo. Not without Bo playing better and being better to the level that he needs to be.
I was actually going to add a caveat to that, too. It's like, dude, we're so desperate for tight end play that, Kevin, I don't know if you remember, what was it, 300 yards or something that the tight ends accumulated a year ago? Something along those lines. You'll find the exact number for us. So it's like we're so desperate for any sign of a tight end that if Evan Ingram, it's week 4, right? It's still September, so it's not a huge reason to freak out. We're just worried a little bit about what this offseason addition can bring. If Evan Ingram turns it around and still has a downish year, but gets to 400-500 yards receiving, now that's still a couple hundred yards less than what I thought it could be. You still go, well, at least there was some tight end production. It's just not, it won't be these Joker role type of numbers because, one, he wouldn't influence the defense, and two, the yardage and touchdowns wouldn't add up.
Here's what I'll say is last year in the 2024 season, the leading receiver from the tight end position was Lucas Kroll with a game-breaking 19 receptions for 152 yards.
455 total on the year.
Right. So Evan Ingram already, even in a game, in a season where he's missed a game and has dealt with injuries and it's been so much slower and less impactful than we thought it would be, he's already on pace to match the best tight end from last year. So I'm going to bet that he's going to improve between weeks 4 and 18 and clear that number healthily.
Okay.
And it's just going to be a matter of how quickly do we see it and how impactful can it be to help bring dynamic playmaking ability to this offense.
I had this thought that popped into my head yesterday. I want to get to our Buffs keys coming up here in just a couple minutes, but so we know Oregon's head coach is Dan Lanning, and Dan Lanning's had a whole lot of success at the collegiate level. He was very successful with Bo Nix. Bo leaves. Dylan Gabriel comes in. They're very successful there. They continue to have some success. They got a big one. We're going to talk about it at 12:45 coming up tomorrow night against the Nittany Lions. I thought about this yesterday, and maybe I had missed something. If that's the case, correct me. All good. But, Richie, I want to ask you this. Do you think Sean Payton has utilized the resource that is Dan Lanning? So you draft Bo Nix. And I get it. Sean, you're the smartest guy in the room. You know everything. And how dare I even challenge you on this? But when you have a new player, you want to utilize every resource to get the most out of that player. Dan Lanning made it look pretty good with Bo Nix. And that's even with those little checkdowns and dump-offs that were held against Bo Nix coming out of Oregon into the 2024 NFL draft. You think Sean has picked up the phone, sent an email? Hey, Dan, You got a free couple of minutes this afternoon. Just want to pick your brain on a few things that Bo does well that I can take and put it in my playbook.
Not a chance. Literally negative less than zero chance that Sean Payton picked up the phone and called Dan Lanning and said, "Hey, Dan, I'm kind of struggling with my quarterback that I drafted and said was going to be a top 4, top 5 guy. Can you help me out with your collegiate experience that's probably better than mine when I've been in the NFL for this?" No chance.
It's below him?
Yes, he believes that it is below him. Josh, Sean Payton didn't even pick the brain of Davis Webb when they were playing the Colts, who Davis Webb used to back up and play alongside Daniel Jones about how to scout for him and how to play. He didn't even do that. Why would he pick up the phone and call Dan Lanning halfway across the country when he's not even listening to the quarterback coach in his own building in an opportunity to gain knowledge on an upcoming opponent who plays the quarterback position and someone who has an integral part in developing Bo Nix as well? And I don't want to, does Sean Payton have to do that, have to pick up the phone and call that? No, if you're trying to be in the spirit of, hey, things aren't working well and I'm willing to do whatever it takes, whenever it takes to do it to make things better, then sure. But if you asked me what the percentage, it's negative 5% chance that actually happened.
You said it perfectly. You're 100% spot on. Sean Payton's not the guy that goes, "Man, I'm having a hard time grasping this. Let me get some help with that. Let me admit my faults and get some help."
No,
with
it's how many more personnel changes can I make to fix this?
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem is, and I went over the list at some point this week of it's not Sean going, "Man, you know what? I got to really focus on Cortland Sutton, get him going. I really got to make sure that Troy Franklin still remains involved. Man, I got to give JK even more touches." Those are the 3 things that Sean should be saying. What I speculate Sean is saying, those 3 things, but then, like I told you earlier, how do I get Pat Bryant involved? And should I get Marvin Mims involved in the running game, a little end around? Should we try to get the ball to Adam Troutman? Hey, Nate Atkins is going to be back soon. How can I get Nate Atkins involved? I got to get that going really, really soon here. Should I get a play for Jaleel McLaughlin? What kind of package can I get for Jaleel McLaughlin? He's adding layers.
You know who I should call? Adam Prentice.
Right. Let's bring Prentice up here. He should be taking stuff away, instead adds things, which leads to Dan Orlovsky's word to the morning show yesterday, an overload on Bo Nix.
Yeah, I thought, first of all, I am a massive, massive fan of Dan Orlovsky.
Yeah,
I think that, he and Chase Daniel to a lesser degree and these other guys that had more than a cup of coffee in the NFL, but it was never at the star caliber power level. I think they get kind of a dismissive rap sometimes because they weren't the all-star, the Pro Bowl selection, all of that. But I actually respect that path to where they are now, especially now where they're at in the media, so much more, because just like our guy Philip Lindsay in the afternoon, the Dan Orlovskys of the world had to fight and claw for every opportunity, and they had to wield the clipboard. They had to be the smartest. They had to study. They had to grind because they didn't have the physical gifts and the talents of those in front of them. And what that has done in their post-playing career is set them up to be fantastic analysts. And I listened to the Dan Orlovsky interview on our morning show. He's a weekly guest with us this season, and I couldn't be happier about it.
He crushes.
He crushes. And his thoughts on Bo Nix, to me, are spot on. It's just too cloudy up here. He's trying to do too much. He's trying to force it, and it's making him erratic and uncomfortable, and he's flushing out of the pocket early, when in reality, when he doesn't do those things, and he's the quarterback we saw in the back half of last season, the guy can frickin' rip it. He really genuinely can. The Broncos have a franchise caliber quarterback in Bo Nix, but it's not manifesting itself right now because that potential franchise quarterback is too much in his own head. And he needs the Dan Orlovskys of the world. He needs the Davis Webbs. He needs the Sean Paytons to part those clouds and just be like, "Hey, buddy, we're going to figure this out." If it means that we have to simplify and scale things back on the offense, if it means that we have to lean more heavily on the run game, then damn it, we're going to do it. Because if they can, and they can get rid of these mental blocks for Bo that are preventing him from physically executing what we know he's capable of, this team, even at 1-2 with 2 heartbreaking walk-off losses, can still accomplish the majority, if not all, of the things that we thought they could in the preseason.
Yeah, 100%. I really love what you said about the Davis Webb thing. That's the biggest example that we have.
He went out of his way in the media
to tell us.
To say, No, definitely didn't do that. It was honestly the way you picked up on Bo's answer, where he's like, "I'm going to throw a lot of them," how it was maybe a little flippant or kind of frustrating.
Like he's annoyed.
I think Sean was almost peeved that someone would ask him, "Did you ask your quarterback coach about what it was like to play alongside and be in the room with Daniel Jones?" Which to me and to you and to a lot of people, I'm sure out there in Broncos country, is like, "Hey, that seems pretty smart. We should probably do that."
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And also, dude, he's on your staff. You've hired the guy to do that. Yeah.
You hired him. And I feel like, and this is just like we've seen with Bo's had some flaws that have manifested themselves mentally, physical quirks, things like that. Sean Payton, as much success as he's had at the NFL level, and I don't want to hear the freaking Drew Spivaks of the world and others who are like, yeah, his Super Bowl was 2 decades ago. He won a Super Bowl. Okay? Not a lot of coaches in NFL history can say that. Okay? He knows how to win, and he's been successful doing it his way. But there is a danger about always thinking you're the smartest man in the room. I tell myself that a lot. You should never, and not to say that I always think I'm the smartest man in the room, but I take pride in studying and learning and reading and listening to others who I think are more experienced or smarter than me. I listen to this station every day from the likes of you and Stoke and Mike Evans and Philip Lindsay and Zach By, and I learn and absorb from your guys' life perspectives and the things that you put out there that I haven't or couldn't experience, especially with our former athletes on the station. And I try to turn that forward. And I think sometimes Sean Payton gets too caught up in sticking hell or high water to his philosophies and his principles and coming across as the smartest man in the room. And it pays a detriment to maybe his potential franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I agree. That's very well said. That's what I listen to Stoke every day, and I'm like, how do I become a rich guy that plays golf every day after he gets to talk about sports on the radio for 4 hours? That's what I strive to be. Brandon Stokely.
Yeah, listen, there are so many worse lives. If you were doing like a reincarnation roulette and you landed on Stokely, you are going to have an awesome time as long as they keep everybody else out of the rock. Don't come near Mount Crumpet, Mount Olympus, whatever you want to call it, and you'll be good.
You're all right. You're all right up there. All right. I got to read a couple of texts, but I also want to tell you about your chance really, to win our PS5 bundle. That includes a brand new PS5. That includes a copy of Madden 26 and College Football 26, plus a 70-inch TV. All you got to do to get in the running here is download the Denver Sports app, click on that contest banner on the homepage. That's your chance to win PS5, Madden 26, College Football 26, and a 70-inch TV. And, of course, we want someone from this show to win so that we can have a tribe meetup, a tribe Madden party at your crib with all the new stuff. Get there, win it, and then tell us on the text line how cool it is that you've won. All right, I wanted to get to Buffs Keys, but we're going to put that on hold for a second because this 10-year-old thing, I can't get over it. I just can't get over it, Richie. How about this text from Brett from KC? He says, sub 100-pound kids? Well, I'm picking the first one up by their ankles and spinning around in a circle,
the tornado,
swinging them at the others trying to come at me. That's a pretty good philosophy right there. But I anticipate, like, well, this would mean the 10-year-olds have strategy, and I don't know that they would have that. You're going to get dizzy. You're going to fall down at some point, and there should be a handful of 10-year-olds that are strategizing on the outside of the circle that go, he's down, and then they rush you, and they hold your arms and legs down.
I think it is fun to imagine the possibilities, right? It becomes like Mortal Kombat where you're like trying to plan out these finishing moves, when in reality, you just got to be Rocky. You don't need to be flashy.
Yeah.
You just got to hang in there.
You just go swinging.
You just got to hang in there because I promise you, the 10-year-old, if you are of reasonable adult male shape, the 10-year-old should not be able to overpower you. And the only time where you feel like you got to get squirrely is if everybody's diving at your legs and they're trying to bring you down. If you can stay upright with a low center of gravity, you're going to have a very expensive payday here. And the more again, it's totally hypothetical.
Of course.
But the more we've talked about this, I feel like I want to increase my number. and it's just like, I said 15 to 20, but the more people that are chiming in on the text line when they're talking about my 11-year-old's 4'11" and 80 pounds, I'm like, I could throw him 10 yards in the air.
Yeah, dude.
Like, I would never do that to your 10-year-old.
Of course.
Ramos.com texter. But hypothetically speaking, if he signed the waiver, I would.
Yeah. If your 10-year-old had a $100,000 price tag on him, I'm a different guy.
Yeah. Listen, I got bills to pay.
Yeah, that's
okay?
right.
I'm trying to finance.
I got to pay that truck off, save a little money, do something on the side here. All right, we are having some fun on a Bud Light Football Friday. We appreciate you being here with us for the ride. Let's continue to talk about these Broncos. And we wondered whether or not Sean Payton was trying to do too much early in the season. He might have admitted exactly that on Thursday. We'll play the clip and let you be the judge for yourself coming up next.
Will Vance Joseph's defense take advantage of a backup quarterback? Will Sean Payton find a rhythm on offense? We'll break it all down in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. I want to tell you about my new obsession. Turned onto them last year. Now I'm hooked. Daisy French onion dip. One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies while watching the big game. Daisy came out with a delicious Daisy French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip, and these are game changers. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So look for Daisy French onion dip at a grocery store near you.
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on 104.3 HD2, Air Force football faces Hawaii with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on the Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU football faces Washington State, presented by Rocks Heating and Air, with pregame starting at 4:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Say my day's a number, but I keep waking up. No, you see my text, baby, please.
All right, what did Sean Payton say yesterday? Did any of it give us confidence for what we can see coming up on Monday from the Denver Broncos? So he talked about Bo's overthrows. We can get back to that if we want. But I want to talk about where they are and this lack of identity that they have. And I want to start right there. Payton asked yesterday, when does it feel like you as an offense will establish your identity?
I think soon. Soon.
Would you like to be further along?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so again, he's...
Wait. I thought identity wasn't a real thing.
Oh,
I
right,
thought identity
yeah.
didn't matter. I thought I heard from Coach Prime that he's never known a coach that coaches to find an identity.
What was Coach's Prime? I mean, how many teams have an identity?
Right.
All
And then he
of
brings
them,
up
Coach.
then he brings up the defending national champion Ohio State Buckeyes, who have maybe the most established identity in the Big Ten Conference, which as a conference has a very distinct, specific identity of running pro-style offenses, playing good defense, and running the football.
See, but his answer of, he's trying to pass it off, right? Well, soon. We're going to find it soon. And then the follow-up was, you think you'd be further along than you are right now? And he says, yes, of course. Now, to me, him even saying that is, this might be me reaching. And tell me if I am. It's all good. Is that the closest to an admission that they're not there that we'll ever get out of Sean Payton? He's never going to say, yep, I'm bad, we're bad, got to figure way more things out. But, hey, we don't have an identity yet. That's pretty close to an admission.
No, I think that's a good way to phrase it. That might be the closest you're going to get from Sean through gritted teeth and clenched jaw that things aren't where he wants them. Because remember, in Sean's first year here with Russ, think about all the things that he hated about that season.
Mostly Russ.
Mostly all centered around Russ, to be frank. But it branched off a lot of branches on that tree. But he wasn't coming out week to week and just slamming it and doing it. After the fact, when they took on the biggest dead cap hit in NFL history and Russ is out the door, then he started to snipe and sneak in all these little references about specific things he didn't like. So clearly Sean's not happy with the way the last 2 weeks have gone. And frankly, I don't think he was probably all that happy deep down inside about how week 1 went with the 8-point win over the Tennessee Titans that got a little spicy there for a minute. And so I think that's probably, to your point and your credit, the closest you're going to get to an admission from him that things aren't where they need to be. And he's just going to, for the sake of being able to look at the men in the locker room in the eyes and say that I have your back and all that, he's got to have to dress it specific ways in front of the media and the cameras that probably sound a little different behind closed doors. Because let's not forget, Sean Payton has rave reviews, grades and ratings from former players.
Oh, yeah.
They love playing for Sean. The media might not love covering Sean because he's a little surly. And
he
he's
can
got
be a
little,
jerk sometimes.
He's got a little attitude, got a little jerk to him, and he's very uppity at times about things. But the people in the locker room and the coaches that work for him, for the most part, love him, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah, and I would say this too, like that slight admission. It's, if you're Sean Payton, and we know the size of the ego and how much he believes in himself, it's a big part of who he is and why he is that way. But you go, did they just ask me about identity? You know what I mean? Like if I'm Sean, I'm like, I'm Sean Payton, and you're asking me about an offensive identity, and then it's almost that like slap in the face of like, oh, warranted question.
Yeah.
We don't have an identity. And in his head, he goes,
I don't like it, but I understand.
Right. But in his head, he goes, I'm Sean Payton. The identity is we score touchdowns and we throw the ball all over the yard. And we have a 2-back system that's dangerous, and they can both do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And then you go to the Denver Broncos, and you're like, well, you don't have any of that right now with this team. There is no identity. So it is I think if Sean's being honest in a moment, it's like, oh, wow. Like I said, harsh reality, slap in the face of reality, whatever you want to call it, of, yep, I haven't been good enough right now. And to hear him sort of admit that, in a weird way, I like that because he now knows that there's still a bunch of work to be done.
I do too. And listen, similarly how I said about Bo Nix, right, where I understand the emotional volatility in these losses and the way that it's just the stinging nature of getting walked off twice in games. You legitimately, the Broncos can look themselves in the eye around the locker room and around that facility at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, and say, this damn team should be 3-0.
Yeah.
And we got in our own way to prevent that. We're not blaming officials with the leveraging penalty because, frankly, it didn't have to come down to that.
No.
And we're blaming ourselves for calling a field goal block that we'd never run before to put ourselves and Dondre Tillman in position to make that mistake.
On a 60-yard field goal.
On a 60-yard field goal for a kicker who hadn't kicked more than 50 yards, I think. So they should be 3-0. They know it, and they know that they internally, from the coaches to the players, are the ones to blame. They didn't have anything robbed from them. They robbed themselves.
Yep.
And so just like I don't want to get too down on Bo Nix and say, oh, this and that, because I believe that Bo Nix is more the quarterback we saw on the back half of last season than the front half of this season, let's not forget why Sean Payton was brought in here, the resume that he has, and frankly, the people who've had his job prior to him between Gary Kubiak and now.
Yeah.
Okay, and that includes Vance Joseph, who I think if he gets another head coaching opportunity that I know he wants, he'll be much better than his first time around here where he got a little bit of a raw deal. We remember the quarterbacks that played here before Bo Nix after Peyton Manning walked out the door. We remember the right tackles before Mike McGlinchey. Remember the coaches, okay? It could always be worse. You want to be with Mike McDaniel right now?
No, I don't.
No, you don't.
No.
Okay? And
well,
Sean,
I mean, like, where are we?
You want to have Mike McDaniel on your sideline on Sundays?
No.
Okay.
Like if we're chilling somewhere, I think he's probably a pretty good hand.
Yeah, especially Miami. He's got like the Vice look, and he looks like he deals, certain
I'm
narcotics.
like, hey, what's in that vape?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't want to get too down on Sean because I believe that Sean Payton is one of the upper tier coaches in this league. I'm not going to say he's top 5, top 8, whatever. I think he's better than more of the coaches than he's worse than in the NFL. He's a top half or upper echelon level coach. He brings experience. He has proven to be able to work with quarterbacks. And someone say, oh, Drew Brees was a Hall of Famer without Drew Brees. He sure made Jameis Winston look pretty good. He sure made Taysom Hill into a quarterback of sorts. He has worked with guys that have had some of the better statistical success of their career under his tutelage. We have been so starved for a winner in this town because it's what this town deserves and it's what they've gotten used to because of the high caliber play at the quarterback position specifically from era to era. And we've been without that for 8 seasons. And we got a glimpse of it last year. And now it was like the drop of rain in the desert, and we are just trying to force feed as much of it as we can. It may take longer than we thought. But I absolutely believe that Sean Payton and Bo Nix, to me, here in Denver, with the ownership group and the Walton Penner group that I believe is a huge part of this.
Me too.
That trio, that holy trinity, passes the confetti test to me. It just is taking a little bit longer to materialize than I think a lot of people want in an instant gratification society.
Of course.
And a high turnover league like the NFL.
What a text this is. Over on the RamosLaw.com text line. Didn't throw your name on it, but the 289, I think they want us to call him the 289er. I remember you. Sean's offensive identity is Sean. Sean's identity is Sean. I'm the guy behind this. Our identity is I'm the head coach, I'm the play caller, and I will figure this out. I think that's pretty well said, but now he has a lot of proving to do. You can't just think that. You can't just have the rest of us assume that, because I'm with you, Richie. I do think he's still a top-tier NFL coach. But every week we go by where his first 12, 15, whatever the script is bad. Last week when you go through 9 plays, 3 and outs, and gain a total of 13 yards last year, and then the year before that specifically where you go backwards on your second half drives more often than you go forward, that's not an offensive identity. That's not an offensive genius. That's why we see folks on social media going, are we sure this stuff didn't pass Sean Payton by? Now, I don't think that.
Right.
But he gives people reasons to think that by what he's not doing.
And make no mistake, just like I said with Coach Prime, and I continue to say with Sean Payton, at some point the rubber's got to meet the road.
No doubt.
That past success and that resume and that pedigree only gets you so much leash Great coaches in this league get fired. Great quarterbacks in this league get benched. Russell Wilson, before coming to Denver, was on a rocket ship to the Hall of Fame moon. And now, that thing's crash landing.
Yeah.
We have legitimate NFL voices who are saying that he may legitimately be a guy who's played himself out of the Hall of Fame with his post-Seattle play. So Sean Payton, despite all the past success that he's had and all the valid reasons why there should be hope and optimism and expectation put on him and put on the Broncos, just like it is on Bo, that has to start connecting at some point, and you have to feel like things are moving in the right direction to be able to keep extending that leash leeway-wise.
It's almost like we know what we're doing here, Richie, because coming up, I want to look around the football world a little bit, including what you just set up there. Tony Gonzalez, Richard Sherman just crapping all over Russell Wilson last night on Prime. You will hear that. And we got a handful of college football games, couple really great college football games coming up this weekend. We're going to give you a preview of the big top 25 matchups coming up next.
How should the Broncos attack the Bengals on offense?
Let's look good as a team collectively, and let's give J.K. Dobbins 22 carries. Let's give R.J. Harvey 10 carries and see what this number can look like rushing the football. Because of who the opponent is and what J.K. has shown, you give that dude the ball 20 times, you give R.J. a chance to rush it 10 times, I think this Broncos team could put 200-plus yards on the Bengals' heads.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
CU fans, keep your fix going with Denver Sports CU Football Post-Game Recap. Available every home game exclusively on Facebook, YouTube, and X. Presented by Corwin Toyota Boulder. Family driven for over 100 years.
Select Health, how can we help?
Representative.
I'm ready to answer any questions you have.
Representative.
I'm Sam.
Representative.
It sounds like you said representative. One moment. Select Health, how can we help?
Finally. Hi, I have a question on copays.
I can help with that.
Real people, real answers in real time. Select Health, insurance made simple. Learn more at selecthealth.org.
This is Dr. Joel Cherdak with Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you've struggled with weight loss, it's time for something real. We use GLP-1 medications from licensed U.S. pharmacies at full strength, never from unknown or online sources. Your program is overseen by a real doctor with in-clinic care and telemedicine options. Best of all, we're offering a free consultation so you can get started risk-free. Experience real weight loss results for under $300 a month. Visit denverregen.com to book your free consult. That's denverregen.com.
Hey, sports fans, did you know that O'Mara owns GMC on 104th? It's true, and now it's time to check them out.
That's right, and O'Mara GMC announces the lowest lease payments of the year. GMC Hummer, just $549. Sierra 1500, just $479.
Wow, lease a GMC Hummer for only $549 a month or a Sierra 1500 for just $479.
That's O'Mara GMC on 104th. OmaraGMC.com.
Stock TU 601245, 26 GMC Hummer EV, stock SZ 146350, 25 GMC Sierra 1500. See website for complete details.
Whether it's kickoff, halftime, or the final drive, fuel your football season at Dickey's Barbecue Pits. Order the two can dine for $29.99 deal. Two meat plates stacked with pit smoke flavor. Or go for the new triple play combo. A classic sandwich, savory side, and a big yellow cup for just $12.99. No matter who you're rooting for, great barbecue is always a win. Dickey's Barbecue Pit, legit. Texas barbecue.
car accident? We've got you. Flanagan Law connects you with the top doctors and handles the legal stress. We give back, donating a portion of every attorney fee to charity. Flanagan Law, justice with heart. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Winter and the holidays will be here before you know it. Don't wait to upgrade your home. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the Colorado snow flies. Enjoy low-interest financing for 15 years, often better than your bank, with no prepayment penalty. Stay warm, boost your home's value, and pay less each month. Prices go up every year, so lock in your free quote today. Host the next game day party at your house. Call 5280 Exteriors now and see how low your monthly payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dober and Cecil.
All right, we're going to go around the college football slate. Some awesome games on the docket this weekend, starting tonight, actually, and we're going to get into that after we revisit something from Thursday Night Football. You watch the Seahawks get a win over the Cardinals because the Cardinals kicker can't kick a football. And then they kick the game-winning field goal and get the division win there. But I want to go to the post-game setting. And the conversation came up about the New York Giants and changing their quarterbacks from Russell Wilson, the veteran, to Jackson Dart, the rookie, whom they drafted in this year's draft. So we know Richard Sherman doesn't like Russell Wilson. That's been made clear.
Yeah, it's been pretty documented
A couple of times. But Tony Gonzalez.
Pretty mild-mannered guy most of the time.
I'm not a huge fan of Tony Gonzalez. I have a couple of reasons why. Somebody who I really, really like, respect, and I call like a true friend of mine. I watched him disrespect him in a really, really mean way.
Okay.
And I was like, hey, we should beat him up. And then my friend's like, well, that's Tony Gonzalez.
That's a big
And I'm
dude.
like, okay.
Yeah.
So do you have any more of your big friends to beat him up? So I just don't like Tony Gonzalez.
Does Tony Gonzalez have any smaller friends that he cares about?
I'm like a 10-year-old to Tony
Yes,
Gonzalez.
yes. How many Josh Dovers could I take for $100,000 each?
He's like 50
Could have
probably.
retired 5 years ago.
Yeah. So Carissa Thompson asked this question about the Russell Wilson situation and what it's doing to his Hall of Fame case. Tony goes first, and then you'll hear Richard.
Honestly, I hope we have. And I say that because I just looking at him and his career, his legacy, like you talked about, if ever there was somebody who played himself out of a Hall of Fame, it's Russell Wilson.
Really?
And I say that because look at what's happened ever since he left Seattle. When he was in Seattle, he was the man. He was making these good plays. He won a Super Bowl, went to 2 of them. But as soon as he left there, he went to Denver, signed that big old deal. They paid him $39 million to leave. He goes to Pittsburgh, plays there 1 year. He's out of there. Now he goes here and has 3 games. I just don't know if it's going to get any better. And I don't want to see him on a sideline holding a clipboard.
So you're very much under the "what have you done for me lately" thing in taking away the first, decade of his career.
Absolutely, and I just don't think he's done himself any favors since he left Seattle, and I don't know, how's it going to get better? I don't know. So
I agree. I agree. I think you got to judge his career off when the Legion of Boom was there. He had a legendary defense, an all-time defense, and how much success he had. And then without that legendary defense, the success he had. Without that legendary defense, he's been 4-11, 7-8. 0-3 to start with the Giants. He was a winning football player in Seattle, and people said, hey, winning is football player, all this good stuff, all these accolades, and now you get to go on your own and you get to prove, hey, I'm this great quarterback. I'm this guy that's going to be dominant, and it just hasn't worked out that way.
So, Richie, I mean, it's something that we've all kind of talked about before. Now you're hearing, one, Richard Sherman, like I said, just couldn't wait to answer that question. But Tony Gonzalez, a guy that kind of indifferent about Russell Wilson, saying how we sort of all feel. His, I'm a first ballot Hall of Famer status to, are you a Hall of Famer status, which is where he kind of lives right now. It's I don't know that we've ever had this, especially at this quarterback position where you go back 5-6 years. I don't know anybody that goes, yeah, I'm not sure he's a Hall of Famer. And now I don't know that you find anybody that goes, yeah, I'm sure he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, well, it's interesting too because it's like from our perspective versus other vantage points. I mean, it wasn't more than a few years ago that Coach Prime was like, "Hey, some of these guys that are getting gold jackets can't hold my jock, so we need to have levels. There needs to be like a Hall of Fame, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A Hall of Extra Fame, for some of these guys." But Josh, there's discourse legitimately online and on the airwaves and out in communities about Eli Manning being a Hall of Famer, 2-time Super Bowl champion, one of the only quarterbacks to ever beat Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, and he did it 2 times.
Yep.
And they're like, well, he had a 500 record in the regular season. It's like, this is a 2-time Super Bowl champion in the biggest city in the country. And the Super Bowls that he won were against the best to ever do it, at least accolade-wise. And so with Russell Wilson, it's already hard enough, as Eli Manning would probably tell you behind a closed door or two, to get people snowballing in the direction to recognize you as a Hall of Fame caliber and worthy player or coach or whatever. So for Russell Wilson to already have that uphill battle to climb and was doing such a good job of it, he's the fastest quarterback to 100 wins in NFL history. He's been to 2 Super Bowls. He won 1, should have won 2. And the discourse of, did Russ check out of a play? Did Pete Carroll call the wrong play? Richard Sherman's pissed either way. And then to come to Denver and set it up as arrogantly as he did. And I was a huge Russell Wilson fan leading into the Denver signing. I loved Let Russ Cook. I thought he was exciting to watch. I thought it was fun. The Legion of Boom and Russ and Marshawn and all that stuff. And then coming here and getting to peek behind the curtain at the Wizard of Oz and seeing how the sausage is made and living and breathing it up close like we got to, man, it just totally changed everything. And I agree with the things that those guys, especially Richard Sherman, were saying. I actually think we may see a situation where Russ has definitely played himself out of any opportunity of being a first ballot
100%.
Hall of Famer.
No
that
doubt.
to me is in no question. But there's a legitimate argument to be made of like, wow, this guy completely fell off. And there's this like desperate cling to keep it going. There's a lot of great quarterbacks who have finished their career elsewhere, and some that didn't always have great success doing it. Russell Wilson is starting to swirl down the toilet bowl and getting benched a month into the season. Yeah, he played there 1 year with the Steelers, and they went to the playoffs, but Steelers went to the playoffs with every quarterback they've ever started, and they just never win. And it was no different for Russ. It's sad, but I feel less sad about it given what we had to experience here in Denver, because I just think that he's kind of a phony baloney.
That's what I would say. I would have some sympathy for him if he wasn't Captain Cornball, if he wasn't the biggest phony on planet Earth. And with Richard Sherman, you think about, man, I think we've all kind of been around people like this, like, hey, things are going great. They're cool. You could kind of handle that situation. Then things go bad and you go, if he says one more cliche thing, I'm going to throat chop him. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I think a lot of people come down on Russell Wilson. You deal with some of that nonsense and the stuff and style of life he tries to portray when you're winning, but man, it adds up and it stacks when you're losing and you're not playing well and he's not around and he's separated himself from the team like he did with the Denver Broncos. I said it, made it very clear the year that he was here, with Sean at least. Every single post game, it was everybody else in the locker room with Russ nowhere to be found. And then he comes out and talking about how they have to be better. We have to do this. It's like, there's no we. You've separated yourself from the group, so it's tough to call it a we with Russell Wilson. I don't, maybe if we didn't know how the sausage was made, like you said, I'd feel a little bit more bad for him. But now knowing who he actually is, he's made this bed, and he's going to have to lay in it for the rest of his life.
Yep, and I'll tell you what, they made the decision, Dable did, out of self-preservation, but honestly, it was probably just time to move to Jackson Dart, the quarterback they moved up in the draft to get. I think this team is going to be energized going. They got a tough game against the Chargers.
Yeah.
The Giants do, but just like we see fired coach bumps, and when you make quarterback changes, it re-energizes the locker room. It's new faith and new belief and new hope. And that Giants roster, despite their record and their performance on the field, similarly, honestly, to the Cowboys, especially offensively, they've got talent on both sides of the ball through the Giants. Malik Neighbors is a dog at the wide receiver position. Cam Scadaboo, the other young player that they drafted they're really excited about, he's showing signs that he can be a legitimate ball carrier at the NFL level. And then on the defensive side, they've got guys that can contribute and make plays, but it all starts with the quarterback.
Yeah.
And I think Jackson Dart is about to inject a little bit of life into this team that's going to, I don't know if it'll turn their season around, but it'll be a nice blip on the radar. And it's going to make Russ's case and his aftermath looking back even worse.
Yeah. Maybe this makes me come off as a jerk, but I don't really care. I'm rooting for the Giants for two reasons. One, we need the Chargers to lose some damn football games. And two, exactly what you just said. Jackson Dart wins, looks good, makes Russ look worse. And he's got to lay in this bed for the rest of his NFL life. We didn't get to the college football games that we want to watch, but we will do that coming up along with the games we're watching this weekend with teams we need to root for, like the Giants that can help the Denver Broncos. We'll tell you about them and who we're picking coming up next.
Will Bo Nix get back on track against the Bengals? Will Nick Benito shine bright again in primetime? Zach Bai and Philip Lindsay will break it all down in a special Monday night edition of the Fan Football Pregame Show. Live on game day from Mile High Station, presented by Sam Adams Oktoberfest. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. Fall has arrived, which makes now the perfect time to call your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks, at 303-425-0985. Ductworks complete ventilation cleaning packages, scrapes and vacuums every inch of your system, removing dirt, dust, and debris other companies leave behind. Here's why that matters. Your heating system kicks on in the fall. Dirty ducts can reduce efficiency, raise your energy bills, push dust into your home's air. A professional cleaning now helps your furnace run better, last longer, and keep your family breathing cleaner air. Don't wait until the first cold snap when everyone else is scrambling. Get ahead of the rush. Call Ductworks today at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for your free residential and commercial estimate. Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
Time's running out, Colorado. Castle Rock Chevy GMC has supercharged savings on your favorite EVs. But the clock's ticking. September 30th is your last chance to claim the $7,500 federal EV tax credit. They've got a massive lineup of electric powerhouses, GMC Hummer EVs, Sierra Truck EVs, and Chevy's Equinox, Blazer, and Silverado EVs, all ready to roll off the lot. Whether you're chasing adventure or cutting your carbon footprint, Castle Rock Chevy GMC has your perfect EV match. But hurry, when the tax credit ends, so do the deals. Visit Castle Rock Chevy GMC today. Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC, where Colorado drives Chevy and GMC, and where Chevy drives America.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on 104.3 HD2, Air Force football faces Hawaii with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU football faces Washington State, presented by Rocks Heating and Air, with pregame starting at 4:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Final quarter. Fired up for it. Cecil Lammy's on assignment today. He'll be back in this place, in this building, in that chair on Monday, getting ready for Bengals and Broncos. Richie Carney hanging out, filling in, doing a great job here today. We're going to talk about the games that we have our eyes on, both college and pro. Then we're going to go to Boulder and talk with Trent Finnegan about all things Buffs coming up. They got a big test tomorrow night against the Cougars from BYU, who come in as the top 25 team, 25th best team in the nation. So looking forward to that conversation with Trent. We'll officially make our picks for Buffs and Rammies and these college games a little later on in the show. I want to talk some NFL games, but I want to go to this college slate. We haven't talked too much about this. Obviously, well, tonight, I will say maybe you want to do a little early scouting, Richie. The number 24 team, TCU, who will be the opponent next week for the Buffaloes, they're on Fox tonight at 7 and playing another team that the Buffs will run into in ASU. So maybe a little early scouting coming up at 7 tonight on Fox.
Two good quarterbacks in that matchup. You got Josh Hoover for TCU and Sam Leavitt for ASU. And it's kind of interesting because this profiles to be an old school Big 12 shootout. You know, I'm old enough to remember the days where Big 12 didn't play defense.
Yeah.
And it was, 51-48 and all that stuff. Well, this sets up to be that way. You got two teams that are middle of the pack to below average, definitely defensively, but two quarterbacks who can sling it and two wide receiver groups that are talented enough to make some big plays. It's just going to come down to whose defense is going to make that timely stop late in the half, late in the game to kind of put this one over the edge.
Yeah, it's
that TCU SMU game last weekend was fun.
That's right. And then I would say, now there are a handful of decent games, but I don't know that anything gets much better than the number 6 Oregon Ducks at the number 3 Penn State Nittany Lions. That'll be at 5:30 on NBC. Actually should be a nice little beautiful Saturday, as long as I get all my mulch done. I should be able to sit down on the patio at 5:30, maybe something in my cup that I like, maybe a cigar for me, depending on reward myself for my hard mulch work. I watch the entire Ducks and Lions game, and it just rolls right into the Buffalo game for me.
How close are you to Parker, Josh Dover, where you live? Not close, right?
No, not too far. My little sister lives in Parker. I think she's like 20 minutes away, 25. Yeah, you haven't been to the patio yet.
If I offered some mulch help services, you think I could coin in a little drink and a stick on the patio?
Could. Hell yeah.
All right, we might have to work out some logistics there because I normally just end up watching college football by myself and all that, but I don't know why that just popped in my head. I should have brought it up earlier because I see the setup on social media. I see it nice, and listen, I'm more than capable as an extra set of hands
Heck
to do some
yeah.
landscaping.
We'll work
I
something
normally
out.
do all that by myself anyways. But to Oregon and Penn State, this is the marquee matchup of the weekend for me. This is the national game that the eyes are going to be all on. And, man, this fits perfectly into the narrative of big game James.
Yeah.
James Franklin has such a – he's kind of like Walmart Ryan Day. Like Penn State under James Franklin win a lot of games, but they lose
the
a
ones
big
that
one
matter.
often, whether it's a big one in the regular season, like an Ohio State matchup or Michigan when they went to the national title game, all that, or they lose it in the college football playoff in a game that they're favored and all that. Well, this is that game. Oregon's a top 10 team, number 6 in the country, and everything in me wants to bet against the narrative of big game James Franklin. But at some point, it's got to poke through, right? And that's what I think makes some of these matchups so fascinating. Is this going to be the one where Penn State gets over that hump and they don't just keep validating the expectation and the narrative around them?
Or, I mean, it's almost with you're right with the coach of Penn State, with James Franklin, but just the program that is Oregon, you're like, they're always really good, but never good enough.
Right.
Is this the year that they're actually good
yeah,
enough?
kind of similar arcs there,
just
for sure.
teams versus coach.
And we don't really know. We don't know a ton about Penn State. They've been dominant.
No.
They started out hot, but based on their competition and the way that they've looked throughout some of the games, not winning games as big as they should have been, or having moments where it's kind of like, ooh, this looks a little dicey. This is a gut check game for both sides, but I think Penn State's got more on the line here.
By the way, did you see what I always joke with one of our loyal listeners? We love the guy, Oregon Trey. He loves Oregon. And I always bust his balls a little bit.
Oregon Trey, Creaky.
Yeah.
I know
Those
the
are
regulars.
guys, right?
Yeah.
That's our crew right there. I always tell Oregon Trey, like, dude, your team wins the costume contest every year. Never going to win a championship, but they're really good at the costume contest. You see what they're wearing tomorrow? It like literally fits my joke to Oregon Trey. It's the zombie duck look. It's like a zombie duck, like mummified, I guess is what it is. And their armbands, the calf things that they wear, and their cleats are going to glow in the dark. I don't know that we'll ever see that. But.
It's just too much. I've never seen a school hate their traditional colors more than Oregon. It's crazy to me. And, like, I think it was cute at first. Like, they come out with all these alternates and this and that. Now it's just kind of pretentious and obnoxious. And just, like, again, it's what sets you apart and prevents you from, I think, being a true classic blue blood program. So many, like, Penn State's uniforms and combination. Pretty iconic. You got USC. You got Notre Dame with the gold helmets. Even though I hate them, the Michigan Wolverines with their helmet. You know what I mean? Like, there's just, you're never going to have that because every freaking game, you got something weird and different going on. Nobody asked for zombie ducks.
No.
Nobody needs that.
Yeah. The Oregon Ducks have about 480 uniform combinations. And they haven't won a conference championship in 19 years.
Oregon Trey, by the way, chiming in on YouTube. Eat it up, fellas. Oregon is Innovation U on the YouTube stream. Shout out, Oregon Trey.
I always love when he chimes in right there. Look, you guys are going to look really, really good. Winning a bunch of meaningless regular season games and then losing the big game when it comes to the college football playoff. That's how it goes, Trey. That is how it goes. So those are a couple of the big games. Alabama, Georgia, that's always fun. But, you know, is Alabama actually real anymore? I think I'm learning they're not.
The mystique of Alabama under the Nick Saban era has dissipated. I mean, Kalen DeBoer is like 500 barely in games where Nick Saban was like 171-1. Like, it just there's no similarly how I think we saw the Indianapolis Colts go after Patrick Surtain. We saw the Chargers kind of do similarly. The mystique around Alabama, that there's this fear and this gravitas to play them, and you have this mental edge before the ball even kicks off, that's not there anymore.
Nope.
Teams, especially in the SEC, who already have to face Alabama every year, they're not as scared. In fact, I think Georgia rolls in this game.
Really?
Yeah. Kirby Smart just knows how to frickin' win.
He does.
And Georgia just seems like even when you've got them on the ropes, they find a way to get back up, as they did literally last week. So I think the mystique and the hype around Alabama has taken a significant blow, and I think Georgia sees blood in the water, and they strike.
I love that. The other NFL game that we didn't get to talk about is a 2:25 kickoff, but it's Baltimore at KC. Both teams are 1-2. That Ravens defense, there's a whole lot of questions about that, and can the Chiefs finally get back on track? If you're the Broncos and us here in Broncos country, you're rooting for the Ravens to figure it out and send the Chiefs down to 1-3. I think that'll be a really fun game to watch in the afternoon Sunday.
You want to talk about things that you would have been willing to put so much money in. You and I don't have a lot of money, discretionary income to spend, right. Josh. I feel confident in saying that.
You're right.
But the amount of money that you and I would have been willing to put down if you had told me that after 4 weeks, either the Chiefs or the Ravens were going to be 1-3.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have taken you up on that in a heartbeat. And that's the reality of what we're facing. And there's a part of me that just, and I don't want to feed the fuel to the fire to the refs and the Chiefs narrative and all that stuff, but I just can't see a world where the Chiefs fall to 1-4, even with as much as they've struggled, because the games haven't been blowouts that they've lost. They've been right there, and this is a team that's won plenty of Super Bowls together. They still know how to win, and I feel like even if it's going to come with a questionable piece of laundry on the field that we're all going to be talking about on Monday, I think the Chiefs find a way to figure this one out, and the Ravens fall on the opposite side of the luck that they have felt. Actually, I guess that would be the same side because Isaiah Likely's toe was like an inch too big in handing that. Something like that is going to happen again.
That's right. It was the back of the end zone, and the replay showed the dark shoe.
If Isaiah Likely
were
at a 10.5, that was a touchdown, and they win.
Great memory. Great pool right there. So those are a few of the big games we're looking at this weekend. We can reset that a little bit at 1:45 before we get out of here. Got to get ready for the Buffs. Can Prime and the Buffs slow down an offense that rushes for over 260 yards a game? The King, Trent Finnegan. He'll tell us next.
Will Vance Joseph's defense take advantage of a backup quarterback? Will Sean Payton find a rhythm on offense? We'll break it all down in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whether you're into local craft brews, adventurous cocktails, or ice-cold 29-degree drafts, they've got your drink. Pair it with scratch-made favorites from their special menu. And you've got the perfect way to wind down or turn up. Whatever your vibe, Twin Peaks is your go-to for the best happy hour in the league. See you tonight at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
It's your last chance to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their current selection of EVs at sthmotors.com to get the EV you want before they are gone. Siltar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Bonnie from O'Meara Ford has convinced me they really want to earn your business. So, talk to me, Bonnie.
Well, O'Meara has over 1,000 vehicles to choose from. Plus, we have the largest service center in the region with 84 service bays. And we've sold 1 million vehicles since 1913. Our friendly staff will treat you right. And when it comes to repairs, our knowledgeable technicians do it right the first time.
There it is. O'Meara saves you time and money, whether you buy new or used. O'MearaFord.com.
Looking to sell your used Rolex watch? We buy and sell pre-owned Rolex watches, all styles from old to new. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Bring in your Rolex watch and we will buy it on the spot. Matthews, located in Highlands Ranch, serving Colorado since 1951.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, selling the world's finest fitness equipment.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, we are at Reading One, Trent Finnegan. He's the king of DenverSports.com. I do always joke, Richie, as if Richie's sitting in for Cecil, that we might as well just call it TrentFinnegan.com. Every story I read is written by Trent.
I called him the underboss.
Oh, that's nice.
He controls everything that goes on, and he's pumping out all the content. Is Trent Finnegan.
He's crushing it. He's at Trent_Finnegan2 over on Twitter. Check him out right there. Follow along. Get his latest work at DenverSports.com. But it is time to bring in the king. That's Kevin's favorite part of a Friday right there. We love having him. He's been a great addition to our program. All right, Trent. So it sounds like and it looks like the Buffaloes will have to do this with Welch and Hayden, right? No Taylor, no Price. What does that mean for the Buffs offense?
You're gonna see a Draylon Miller in a different light as
Ooh.
well. Coach Prime said that he's got plans to use him in a different fashion. Obviously, not having Taylor and Price is a big hit. Those guys have been 2 of their best offensive players in my eyes so far this year. But I'm looking forward to see what they do with Draylon Miller out of the backfield. Like I say, Coach Prime said he retooled it. Miller got some backfield reps last year as a freshman, and he played pretty good. He hasn't been able to truly find his stride at receiver so far this season, and they've been rotating a lot of guys. So maybe a change of scenery will be good for him in the backfield, and maybe it'll be a key for this Buffs offense to unlock a new way of moving the ball up and down the field.
Trent, we've all been riding the tilt-a-whirl when it comes to the the Buffs quarterback situation. We are now back to Caden Salter. We have gone full 360 to where we started, and it feels like we're still up in the air about what kind of Payton Salter we are going to get based on the vibe coming out of Boulder and what you've been able to experience. I watch all your post-game breakdowns after every game on our social media channels. Do you think we're more in store for the Payton Salter that we saw against Oregon, albeit against a much better defense, or are we going to see the Georgia Tech Payton Salter that was a little bit indecisive, didn't take off and run as much as he could have, and kind of looked like a square peg in a round hole in Pat Shurmur's offense?
You bring up Pat Shurmur, which is a great point. It's going to be what Shurmur allows him to do. I think Shurmur called a great game against Wyoming last week, and that really opened up the playbook for Salter to go out and make plays with his legs and then also attack downfield, which was big. This BYU defense is really good. I know that they haven't played anybody yet, and this is a big prove-it game for them, but they're ranked. They're a great unit. Kalani Sitake will have them ready to go. If you guys remember the Alamo Bowl, remember the Alamo.
Yes,
that's what they all say. They had Shedeur Sanders on the sidelines last year saying that he had no idea what was coming. And you can say whatever you want about Shedeur in the pros. He was a great college quarterback, and they had him saying that. What are they going to do to Payton Salter, who's not as good of a college quarterback as Shedeur was, especially with the process and the mental game? So I feel like it might look a little more like the Georgia Tech Payton Salter, because I think BYU is going to throw so many different looks, so many different pressures, and just try and make him as uncomfortable as possible in the pocket.
You guys both bring up Pat Shurmur right there. Trent, what's the best way the Buffaloes hang with these Cougars? It's going to be tough to keep them under 200 yards rushing. Bear Bachmeier can throw the football when required. It's just not something they have to do a lot, and they average 42 points per game. Is their best chance to win 45-38, 45-32? Does it have to be a shootout for the Buffs to hang?
I think so, because through 4 games, CU hasn't shown the college football world anything that they're going to be able to out-physical BYU. Like every 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, the Buffs let up a first down. LJ Martin torched the Buffs last year. He's averaging over 8 yards a carry. I'm expecting him to have a big game, especially with all these injuries on the D-line and then the poor tackling that we've seen from the linebackers in the secondary as well. So I think BYU, even though they have this freshman quarterback wearing number 47, I think they're going to be able to put up a lot of points. So I do think if CU wants to win, they're going to have to win in a shootout fashion, kind of like the last 2 years of CU that we've seen. And that's going to be more of those deep downfield shots. We saw them utilize that a little more against Wyoming. I really think Sincere Brown has to have a big game. They're going to have to throw him at least 3 go balls. You saw they got Marion Miller involved downfield. They got Joseph Williams involved downfield. So I think taking shots down the field, you got to take risks to beat a top 25 team, and CU's going to have to do that by attacking deep down the field.
Trent, we obviously, because it's easy fodder, talk a lot about Pat Shurmur, but I want to ask you about Robert Livingston and the defense. I think that we have seen some struggles with the secondary. They've been a little bit banged up, especially on their one specific corner slot. Do we think that the Buffs will be able to generate enough pressure on a freshman quarterback in Bear, don't call me Tiger Bachmeier, and a solid run game behind LJ Martin with a backfield that's a little bit banged up for BYU as well? Do we feel confident? Do you feel confident in the Buffs' ability to generate pressure on a guy like Bear Bachmeier and win the battle in the trenches to prevent this secondary from having to extend plays and hold on in that man coverage that they play so adamantly and prevent big plays down the field?
I don't really think so. They only have 6 sacks through 4 games so far. That's tied for 95th in the country. And last year we saw they were flying around off the edge. They got a lot of sacks, which is kind of what the defense was built off of last year, that pass rush. And BYU has a big and talented offensive line. I mean, it's probably this line and Georgia Tech is probably the 2 best that they've seen so far this year. If they haven't been able to generate pressure against Wyoming and against Delaware, that doesn't make me think that they're going to be able to get to the quarterback against BYU and this really well-coached offensive line. And then you brought up the man coverage in the back end. They're going to be covering for a long time. CU has the 3rd worst pass coverage grade in the country, and the only 2 teams worse than them are Virginia Tech and UCLA, who don't have a head coach anymore.
Yikes.
So that's not good company to be in. But, yeah, I just don't think that they're going to be able to to get to the quarterback enough, and then those corners are going to have to cover for a lot of time. And the cornerback room is decimated by injuries this week, so nothing's really adding up to be a good equation for the Buffs on that side of the ball so far.
All right, Trent, last one for you. I'm going to go two-parter on this one. Last part is, are they going to win the game? Give us your prediction. But does this game, if it doesn't go well for the Buffaloes, what's the feeling in Boulder with some tough opponents on the schedule in the next coming weeks?
So first of all, I don't think they win. I think they're going to lose by 2 touchdowns. Yeah. I'll call it 35-21. It's just a really good BYU team, and CU hasn't shown enough against the good teams to make me think that they're going to be able to hold up against this team.
That's fair.
And then if they lose, they still only have one ranked win under Coach Prime, and that was against TCU, the first ever game. That TCU team ended the season 5-7. They didn't even make a bowl game, so you can call it a ranked win, but that team was not a ranked team at the end of the year. I think it's going to be a weird feeling, especially if it's not a close game, because it will just be another one of the, they finally play a good team, and then they're playing well, and they play a good team, and they get their butt kicked again and again. It would be a recurring story. And you got at ranked TCU next, and then you have home against ranked Iowa State, and then you have on the road against Utah after the bye week, which even though they got trounced last week against Texas Tech, they're still a really good football team in my eyes. So I think it's going to get a little tense in Boulder if they can't keep this one close, because 2-6 is easily a possibility after that Utah game if they lose tomorrow night's game. And they're paying Dion how much? $54 million? I don't think
top 5
Kirby Smart's going 2-6. So
it's a tough
Dabo
test.
might, though.
Yeah,
Dabo's up there,
and then he'll tell you how good of a coach he is.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah,
but
power of Christ compels you.
Nobody's really stoked on Dabo right now. Trent, I don't have a lot of pushback, man. Richie and I have been talking about it all day. This is a huge test and a big uphill battle for these Colorado Buffaloes, man. You're crushing it with those post-game videos. Keep up the great work. Keep dominating at DenverSports.com, and we'll chat with you again next week, man.
Awesome. Appreciate you guys. See you next week.
There he is, Trent Finnegan, the king of DenverSports.com, on Twitter at Trent_Finnegan, the number 2. Follow him and read him at DenverSports.com. All right, we'll make our official picks coming at 1:45. I want to revisit that Draylon Miller in the backfield conversation that Trent was just telling us. But before we do that, I want to go back to Bo Nix and all that preseason talk from Sean. Did it add pressure on Bo? Well, you'll hear how Bo feels about what his coach said coming up next.
How should the Broncos attack the Bengals on offense?
Let's look good as a team collectively, and let's give J.K. Dobbins 22 carries. Let's give R.J. Harvey 10 carries and see what this number can look like rushing the football. Because of who the opponent is and what J.K. has shown, you give that dude the ball 20 times, you give R.J. a chance to rush it 10 times, I think this Broncos team could put 200-plus yards on the Bengals' heads.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, fellas, getting ready for the big weekend. Don't get to watch the Broncos until Monday, so perhaps you are getting suckered into some of the honey-do lists like me. I'm going home to do mulch the rest of the day, and then more mulch on Saturday. Well, after a long work week a couple years ago, I wouldn't have had the energy to knock out my honey-do list starting tonight. But that changed when I set up my first appointment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I did it online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You can give them a call today at 720-440-7900. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. I promise you, one's within 20 minutes of where you sit right now. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, the new location, the new look in Castle Rock down there, and Colorado Springs. First appointment's only going to cost you $99. It could be free. I'll tell you how in a couple seconds. But you're going to go in, you're going to talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll draw your blood, tell you what your T levels are. Mine were crazy low. They gave me an option to sign up for testosterone treatment right then and there. Got my first booster shot pain-free, and they waived the $99. Now everything gets sent to my porch. I just open the door, and I have my testosterone boosters right there. All thanks to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Energy's back, getting a good night's sleep so I can work out in the morning before work, and bonus here, your sex drive. I feel like a 20-year-old again in that department, and it's all thanks to my testosterone levels. If you're feeling any of those things, you need to have a conversation today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Thinking about buying a home in Colorado? You're not the only one, and now might be your best shot. We're officially in a buyer's market, which means you've got the upper hand. More homes are on the market, competition is down, and serious deals are out there just waiting to be found. Whether you're a first-time buyer or looking to upgrade or downsize, now's the time to get pre-approved. And American Financing can make that happen in 24 hours or less. And here's the kicker. When you work with both American Financing and their partner American Home Agents, you can receive a credit on closing costs of up to 1% or a max of $10,000 on your home loan. If you've been sitting on the sidelines, it's time to step in, and American Financing is the place to start. Don't let the 20% down myth stop you. You could buy a home with as little as 3% down, and with down payment assistance programs available, getting into a home might be easier than you think. Pick up the phone, call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 1823334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Car accident? We've got you. Flanagan Law connects you with the top doctors and handles the legal stress. We give back, donating a portion of every attorney fee to charity. Flanagan Law, justice with heart. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
I'm Dr. Joel Cherdak with Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you're ready to lose weight safely and effectively, we prescribe real GLP-1 medications at standard dosages from licensed U.S. pharmacies, not half-strength drugs from unknown or online sources. Your care is managed by a real medical doctor at a real clinic with telemedicine available. And right now, we're offering a free consultation to help you get started. See real results for under $300 a month. Schedule your free consult today at DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOCAL to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOCAL for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LOCAL for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Eli Manning here, reminding you there's nothing like football and King's Hawaiian Sliders. King's Hawaiian Sliders make you a winner on game day. Pick some up this weekend in the bakery or deli section of your grocery store.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on 104.3 HD2. Air Force football faces Hawaii with pregame starting at 1:30. Then on the Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU football faces Washington State, presented by Rocks Heating and Air, with pregame starting at 4:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official
45, the boys from The Drive, they're on the road today. Society Sports and Spirits in Denver. They're going to be broadcasting live from 2 to 6. So if you're looking for something to do, they've got you covered. Go hang with the guys. Take a couple pics with Zach and Phil. Ask Phil to autograph some of your cool Broncos and Buffs stuff, and I'm sure he'll be willing to do that. Or I'm writing a check with my mouth that Phil has to cash.
You are signing Phil up for an autograph section.
That's my bad, Phil.
No,
but
Phil's great.
He's great about it, and he's nice talking with everybody. So Richie and I will make our official picks coming up at 1:45. I did want to go back to a couple of things with Bo Nix and these conversations that we have had all week about Bo needing to calm down, Sean overloading his quarterback, and maybe that started in the preseason, when Sean Payton was telling anybody that would listen, leaving voicemails on his national media friends about how much he loved his Q and this team, and it was the 7th team he felt could go win a Super Bowl. Well, Sean talked all offseason about Bo. He said he would be a 4th or 5th best quarterback in the entire NFL. Bo was asked yesterday if all of that talk from his coach adds any extra pressure for him to perform.
I don't think so. I think it's better than him talking about how, tough of a team, tough of a season it's going to be because we don't have it. So I'd rather, have the confidence going in and, have the full season to play and just get to go out there and play it out than a coach that doesn't really have confidence in us.
All right, and again, so he's kind of answering a question, but it's not really answering the question, and he's actually pretty good at that, even for a second-year player there. I'd love to know his real answer to that, because that's what he thinks he's supposed to say. That's not his real answer. That's what he feels he should tell the media. But I would love to know, hey, back at home, and he's sitting at home with Mrs. Nix, and you're going, man, Sean really just won't shut up about this team and who we are, and we haven't really accomplished anything. Now, him saying, I can appreciate the confidence, yeah, I think all of us want our boss to have faith in us to perform and do our job, right?
You would hope.
And that's why you hope you have the job. But then to just I do think it's added pressure. Being an NFL quarterback's hard enough. Being a quarterback on the Broncos with the ownership group that you have and the last decade that it has been coming off of a Super Bowl, that adds extreme pressure. I agree. I like the confidence. If I could go back and do it or tell Sean to shut up, I would have rather him not said anything at all.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
And I think Bo would feel the same way if he could tell the truth publicly.
Yeah, but listen, you don't need to go out of your way to cash checks that you're not 100% sure aren't going to bounce. You know what I mean? The NFL, it's hard to win in the NFL, right? And Sean has had a top 4 or 5 quarterback in the NFL. He has climbed the highest mountaintop. He's done those things before. And obviously, him coming out of retirement in the broadcasting industry to get back into coaching and try to do this again here with the Broncos, these are things that he is trying to propel and will into existence. And I believe, frankly, that he has the tools and the ability to do so. But having the tools and the ability and then being able to use those tools and actually build it are two different things. Mm-hmm. And I think that that's kind of what we're clashing up against here. I haven't lost faith in it, but yes, even though I will say, what did we bring Sean Payton here to do? Why did the Walton Penner ownership group go out of their way to trade for Sean Payton and bring him here and do that? It was to win Super Bowls.
Oh, I thought it was because it couldn't get Harbaugh.
Well, that could be part of it. That could be part of it. They did try 3 times.
Yeah, they did real hard.
That PJ. Kawhi Leonard is envious of that kind of private jet usage.
That's right.
They brought him here to win Super Bowls. They brought him here to be the quarterback guru that he was with Drew Brees in New Orleans. Because, again, I feel like it gets overlooked that Drew Brees' arrival in New Orleans was kind of unceremonious. He had struggled in San Diego. He was hurt. He had a shoulder issue. Didn't even pass a physical, I think. Otherwise, he would have been a Dolphin, if I remember correctly.
Well, they were worried about what the surgery was going to do and all this stuff.
So they made that work, and he did that. For all the complaining and the harping that we do about how the last 8 years or so has been in Denver, Sean Payton lifted the city of New Orleans out of literal rubble post-Katrina. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a worse starting spot than what Sean Payton got in New Orleans, and they made it work. And he's obviously trying to do that here. Did he get out a little bit over his skis by saying, in the next couple of years, Bo Nix is going to be a top 4 or 5 guy. This is the 7th team I've ever got? Sure. Maybe he got a little bit over his skis, but let's not pretend that that wasn't exactly what we brought him here to do.
No doubt.
So there's a part of me deep down that's like, hey, you should be talking about those things, and you should be confidently saying, this is where we're at. Because if you can't even talk about it, how are you ever actually going to do it? I just think that the way that he did it with his signature double latte style, it just rubbed people the wrong way, and you open up that criticism when you start the way they have.
But wouldn't it I understand why you're saying that and where you're coming from, but if you have that sort of confidence, and I guess maybe it's like he just can't help himself. He's like a little kid in a candy store. But I would like to think I could go, hey, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Before I open my mouth, add unnecessary pressure, and set myself up to look like a fool, give me a few weeks. Let's, get through September and then say those things. You get through September at 3-1, I'm going, hey, Sean, say something. Somebody get him a couple lattes so we could pop off at the mouth. But in August, when your offense was kind of sucking at training camp and everybody goes, well, it's because the defense is so good. Why not just be reserved, hold that, and then like a freaking tiger in the tall grass, when it's time to pounce, you freaking pounce.
Yeah. You know what you want? You want more of the approach, I think, of like Lamar Jackson when he came into the NFL with that storied class that he was the tail end, the caboose of that train. Coming in at number 32, the Ravens moving back up to get him. And all the hype was, he's not a quarterback. He's a running back. He can't throw the ball. He can't read a defense. He can't operate calmly within a pocket. Well, then Lamar starts coming out and winning MVPs and doing all that stuff, and his response was pretty good for a running back.
Yeah.
That's the kind of clapback that you want. Pretty good for a running back. Go ahead, talk your talk, say what you're going to say, do all that, because I haven't earned it yet, but when I do,
I'll remember.
You're going to know about it.
Yeah.
You're going to remember.
That's a great pull right there. That's an all-time moment from Lamar. I got to read this text real quick just because the way it starts is freaking awesome. It's our dude, Matt. He starts the text with, tribe till I die. Love that.
Ooh.
I think we should all get tattoos, all of us together.
A tribe meetup at a tattoo parlor.
You guys go first, and then I'll think about it.
You'll
after.
think about it while we're all doing it?
Yeah.
All right.
Kevin's going to get a big chicken finger on his thigh. No one's going to know what it they're going to be like, what? What is that? What I think it is?
Right.
It's just an outline.
Little nugget sauce
Yeah,
right there
exactly.
next to it. Matt says, one thing that I think is worth mentioning is that Sean is associated with Breeze's success, Jameis Winston as well. Both had played multiple seasons, says 5 years before getting to him. Seems that he's using his ego to microwave Bo faster than he's had success. It's a massive flaw in his thinking. I think that's well said.
I think that's totally valid, but I also think it's a victim of the NFL world and the vicious cycle that we live in. There is immediate pressure for first-round quarterbacks and franchise quarterbacks or hopeful franchise quarterbacks to perform. And there's an expedited pressure on coaches and front offices to be able to scout that, evaluate it, surround it with the talent, and make it work. So, yeah, you're right. There probably is some microwaving going on here, and especially with the town that he is in now, with the pedigree and the degree of success that this town and this state has experienced with the Denver Broncos, that only adds to that. There's a weight on the shoulders to be the franchise quarterback and the head coach of the Denver Broncos. I think both Bo and Sean are feeling that more than they maybe even thought that they might. And I don't want to underestimate them or speak for them or anything like that. So, yeah, I agree with that texter that there is probably some microwaving going on here. But I think that that's just as much of a nature of the beast in the NFL as it is maybe a character flaw or a design flaw with Sean Payton's operation.
I would agree. By the way, Kevin, Matthew in Castle Rock needs to know the name of a jam he's trying to pump up this weekend. So if you can answer him on the text line. I don't remember
the name of the song we just bumped into?
Yeah.
Headstrong by Trapped.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It was awesome.
There you
I
go,
almost got in Kevin's ear and be like, hey, let's let this breathe for a little bit. That chorus hits.
That's nice. That's nice. So there you go, Matthew and The Rock. A little Trapped right there. Start your weekend right.
I know that it's you guys normally do this on Wednesday, but we did get a Don't Be That Guy.
Oh, we did.
On Friday, directed at me.
What?
Directed at me on YouTube. Shout out YouTube. It says, this is from Google Gmail. Interesting YouTube name. Richie, don't be that guy that invites himself over to the back patio on Saturdays.
It's not like you're not in the crew. If you were an outsider inviting yourself, I'd go, whoa.
Right, like a friend of a friend.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean?
But you're already in.
I thought so too. And my retort was, I said, hey, that's fair. I said, since I offered to assist with manual labor as a part of it, does that count as an exception? And I think that went over well.
Yeah.
But I thought that was a fair little call out of me of like, don't be the guy that invites himself to a party that didn't exist.
Yeah. One, you're in the crew, and two, you offered manual labor. That gets you in. that gets you in 100%.
You think if I text Stokes like, "Hey, I'm coming over tomorrow night for the games," he'll just like, "Yeah, come on over."
Oh, he absolutely would. Yeah, well,
I might get sorry, I didn't see this till the next day.
Yeah. Or he just wouldn't respond, and then you'd show up, and he'd be like, "What the hell are you doing here?" What?
Yeah.
Why?
Or if he did respond, it'd be like, he'd blame Lana for something.
Lana's fault.
The glue that holds his entire life together.
And I'll call Lana, and she'll be like, "Come on over."
The best Stokely would get the blame for Brandon Stokely not wanting us to come to his house. That's what would actually happen. All right, our final segment coming up. We'll wrap it up. Put a big bow on it. For the drive, we're going to tell you who wins the Buffs games, who wins the Rams games, and the other NFL games we have our eyes on coming up next.
Will Bo Nix get back on track against the Bengals? Will Nick Benito shine bright again in primetime? Zach Bai and Philip Lindsay will break it all down in a special Monday night edition of the Fan Football Pregame Show. Live on game day from Mile High Station, presented by Sam Adams Oktoberfest. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. "I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier." With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Select Help, how can we help?
Hi, my CEO needs a POV on the ROI of HDHPs. Buy EOD.
Okay, so you're a small business. Let's start there.
How'd you know that?
Let's just say it's not my first RODEO. Get it? Rodeo.
Oh, right. Letters.
Let's get started.
Real people, real answers in real time. Select Health. Insurance made simple. Learn more at selecthealth.org.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. And last year, I went a little rogue and dropped a discount code from our friends at Hermes Worldwide. And you guys used it so much, they almost got mad at me. Well, I'm feeling a little spicy again this season. So I'm bringing it back, baby. You can get 30% off your ride to the game with Hermes Worldwide for your entire season. All you have to do is mention the code PL30. Again, mention PL30 when you book your luxury transportation to Empower Field. And contact Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Go Broncos!
Spending 2 hours staring at the back of someone's bumper isn't the best way to end your day. So Jack in the Box is giving you a bonus with their new Bonus Jack combo. Fries, drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties starting at just $3.99. Get so much more.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, it's our final segment here. We're going to wrap it up, put a big bow on it, and hand off to the drive. The guys are out. They're not on assignment. They're on a field trip. Cecil's on assignment, and Richie is sitting in. Society Sports and Spirits, that's where you can go and see the crew, listen to the show live. They're going to be broadcasting from 2 to 6, and they'll get you set for the football weekend here on a Bud Light Football Friday. Richie, I always like to give out the my buddy Dougie. He's listening right now. What's up, Dougie? I always like to tell people to go to the NRL on a Friday. That's the no-return lunch. You leave your office light on, your laptop up with it, kind of turned on, screensaver mode, and you just never return. And somebody goes, yeah, their office light's still on, but they're not around. Probably just in the restroom or in a meeting
The cleaning
real quick.
crew will turn it off for you like 7 hours later.
Exactly right. So I stole the term from my boy Doug, but
That's a good
NRL,
one. NRL.
A no-return lunch
I was
on
like,
Fridays.
where's he going with this?
That's what you're trying to do. So make sure you get that done. All right, still some time for your text messages and your thoughts over on the YouTube page. You want to call your official shot for Buffs, Rams games, whoever your favorite team is, and what you're watching this weekend. You can let us know there. YouTube, just search Denver Sports and hang out in the chat room there. Over on the RamosLaw.com text line, the number is 303-713-1043. And throw your name on your text. All right, I will say this. Fun show, Richie. Always appreciate you sitting in for Cease.
Loved it.
We've talked a ton about the Broncos, got you ready for the Buffs and the Rams game. We had a conversation with Brian Roth in the 11 o'clock hour, then Trent Finnegan this hour. So if you ever missed it and you're looking for timestamps on our podcast, that can get you right there. But what was really stolen the show is a conversation about how many 10-year-olds that we could beat up for $100,000. Hypothetically speaking here,
yes.
We're not getting 10-year-olds lined up. But it's kind of taken over, and I can't stop thinking about it. It's a interesting concept and question. We haven't got Kevin's answer, which we'll get in a bit, about it's how many 10-year-olds you can fight with each one being worth $100,000.
Yes.
And it's not you're up now. It's all at a time. They're rushing you.
This was a conversation that I saw on social media. It was part of Check Your Ex and all that. And it was basically this guy who was recording a video of himself talking about this raging debate that's been going on in his group chat with his boys for a few days now. And it's very similar, I think, to the 100 guys versus one gorilla argument and whether or not they could do it. And the question was, how many 10-year-olds do you think you could dispense justice against at once if each one was worth $100,000? But if you're overconfident and you pick too many and you eventually succumb to the 10-year-old onslaught, you lose all the money. So you can't lose or you get nothing. So that's kind of like, okay, I don't want to say 150 because then if I lose, I get nothing. It's like, I think I'd be good. You had people that were like, hey, give me 5 to 10, I'll clear, $500,000 to $1 million, and we're not going to pay anything in taxes. And I'm good with that. I don't need to be greedy. I'll take my $500,000, my $1 million, and I'm good. I said my initial number was 15 to 20 for that reason. I'm trying to be measured and not overly confident like I typically can be in situations like this. But the more we've talked about it, the more the RamosLaw.com text line and the YouTube chat and everybody has chimed in on it, I want to move my number up. I mean, we got guys on the text line saying my 11-year-old son's 4'11" and 80 pounds. I'm like, there's no chance. Give me 35 of him.
That's what I like is that we have parents driving around just kind of eyeballing the back seat like, yeah, I would destroy you and your friends.
Exactly. Thinking about that time you didn't pick up your Legos there, Tommy. Yeah.
When I step on your Lego, I get this rage, and
Yeah.
I now can take it out on you. And
Now
your
when I
friends.
look at you, I see a missed opportunity at $100,000. You're no longer my son.
Oh, that is awesome. Oh, dude, I love this tech. This is my boy Tanner. This is Ty Fuji in the morning. Does a great job here. Tanner Fuji is his brother. I know them both very well. They were both students over at the school. Tanner is now getting ready for a fight. He's an MMA guy. He writes, Tanner Fuji here. I'm Ty's brother. I'm training for my fight in November 1st. I was actually just talking to your brother, Tanner. I kind of want to get to that and see you, support you. I'm in pretty good shape, and I'm confident I could take on 100 10-year-olds.
If you're classically trained in the martial arts,
And he's been doing it his whole life. The Fujis, the mom, dad, brothers, they've all done it their whole life.
No, I listen. I love Ty. He's worked here for a long time. I have kind of managed and mentored him or whatever. He rolled up to an event that we had. We did a screening for the movie Air when it came out, the Jordan movie on it. And he
about the sneakers. And
about the sneakers. It had like Matt Damon in it and all that stuff. He rolls up to this screening that was at the Landmark, and he's in black jeans, a black leather jacket.
Oh, hell yeah.
With like, I think it was like a red shirt, and he had the OG Jordan 1s with the red, white, and black, sunglasses inside, and his long hair. He looked like a Grand Theft Auto character. He looked like a villain. He's a
badass,
in a
dude.
movie. Like, I was waiting for him to roll up on a crotch rocket, and I was like, at that moment, I was like, I bet Ty could whoop some ass.
Dude, so
secretly.
we asked him to put Kevin in a headlock just to see how it would go. And he did it.
I say this in the nicest way possible to Ty. Did he have to step up onto something for that to happen? Was there a jump?
No, he let him.
I was asking him for some moves. I was like, okay, Ty, you know all this Taekwondo stuff. Can you like?
You know all this Taekwondo stuff.
Can you like?
You do that karate?
Can you press a point on someone's neck and like kill them? You know, you see that stuff in the movies or
Right,
something. He goes, yeah. I go, how would you do it? He goes, if I punch you in the neck in the right spot, I can kill you. So I'm back here with him and John.
If I punch you in the neck in the right spot, I could kill you.
Yeah. Next thing I know, my arm's like a chicken wing.
We were literally looking back there, and Kevin's like this, and Ty's got him locked up. And I'm like, what is happening back there?
And he's so unnassuming. He comes in every day in like socks and slides with a bucket hat and
he's the nicest guy in the
Hawaiian
world.
shirt.
Yeah. But he can kill you with a neck punch.
There's a demon under that surface.
What if I told you?
Oh, all right. Fun way to end the program. It is KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. All right, Kev, Richie, let's make our picks. Kevin, kick this party off. Rams, Buffaloes. How do you see this going down this weekend?
Let's go. I'm not sold on CU yet. I'm not sold on them yet. I know they got the win last week and they proved me wrong, but I'm going to hold out just a little more. That bowl game still has me angry.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go with the Rams. They're going to pull off this upset against Washington State. I mean, what does Washington State really have up there? Nothing, So I'm taking the Rams in this one.
All right. I'm going to go. I'm intrigued by Brousseau. I want to see what it looks like. And we talked with Brian Roth. Hey, the kid's been in the system for 3 years. I don't know that you have to change. That was kind of my thought of like, how conservative are they? Because he's starting for the first time. Sure, he's played, but starting for the first time. And that's different. But, man, if he's been in the system for 3 years, I love what you and Brian said. The dude's a winner his entire life across 3 different sports.
4 state championships across 3 different sports.
That's insane. So he's got it, right?
In 4 years.
That's it. That's incredible. I'm with Kevin. I think the Rams win. You kind of got a better feeling about what it looks like moving forward. You might even be saving Jay Norvell's bacon in real time right there, Brousseau, if you get it going. So give me the Rammies in FOCO tomorrow night. But that's the only Cougar team that's going to lose this weekend in the state of Colorado because I'm kind of with Trent Finnegan on this one, man. I haven't had a good feeling. I tried to talk myself into it like Tuesday and Wednesday, and then I got hit in the face with reality, learning more about these BYU Cougars. Rams win, the Buffs get blown out. I think that the Buffaloes lose like 44-13. Wow. I think it's ugly tomorrow night. How about you, Richie?
I think that it's there. As far as CSU goes, they're 4.5-point favorite going into this game. I think that on paper it presents as a game that they should win, But there is this part of me, Josh, and even Kevin, that I just feel like is a little under-acknowledged, that this Rams team has effed around and found out. They've let teams hang around in these precarious end-of-game situations. They got away with it against UNC. They did not against UTSA. I am going to go with the same logic that with some of the NFL games we've talked about when you are with the New York Giants specifically, benching Russell Wilson, going to Jackson Dart. I think that's going to energize a Giants team that's been a little bit downtrodden, and maybe they don't beat the Chargers, but it sure looks a hell of a lot more competitive at a minimum. I'm going to use that same logic with CSU. I think they get the win here against Washington State, and unfortunately, I'm on similar lines to you with the Buffs. This just the injuries in the backfield for the Buffaloes, the fact that they're banged up in the secondary, and we've seen that man coverage break down, and they haven't been able to, as Trent Finnegan pointed out, generate the pressure. I know we're going back to Caden Salter because we didn't like what we saw from Ryan Staub, and Juju's not ready yet, but I didn't love what I saw from Caden Salter when they started with him, and I'm still not convinced that he is a quarterback that is going to play like a fifth-year senior and an experienced veteran starter in college football, because his decision-making to me hasn't warranted that. He's been too timid to take off and run and make plays and use his legs. He is a square peg in a round hole at times with Pat Shurmur's offense. I think BYU wins, and I think they cover.
Yeah, I hope we're both wrong. I hope I have to eat my words on Saturday, but the Buffaloes have given me no reason to just blindly follow them. And I'm not a groupie, so I'm not going to just blindly follow those Buffaloes. Please make me eat my words coming up on Monday. Richie Carney, thank you so much for sitting in. Great work here today. Kevin, you always crush it. And those of you out there in the tribe, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for being here. Hope you have a beautiful, wonderful weekend. We'll get out of the way. We go to Society, Sports, and Spirits. The Drive takes over now.
Yes, we are live downtown Denver on a beautiful, beautiful Friday afternoon. You can kind of smell fall in the air. And I know it's been cooling down a little bit here, but we just have an action-packed slate on Saturday, an action-packed slate on Sunday. Monday Night Football here in Denver.
Ooh, talk to me nicely now.
Fall is here. Happy Friday, Mr. Philip Lindsay.
What's going on, man? Happy Friday. And you definitely can feel fall in the air. I mean, the leaves are changing. Hopefully here soon I can blow out my sprinklers so I don't have to deal with that bill anymore.
I'm already scheduled.
Are you?
I'm already scheduled up.
See, I'm a little behind, so I'm hoping I can kind of find a way to sneak in there on somebody's schedule so I can stop paying this bill. I mean, this bill is still high. I mean, Zach, I'm paying almost $300 a month on water. On water.
You're paying $300 a month for a renewable resource. That's unbelievable.
Like, come on, man.
Well, I'm not too far behind you, so I can't talk too much, but not quite in the threes. But you want to know what? If it's not one thing, it's the other. So you're going to shut down the sprinkler system, and then you're going to be running the heat in your house.
Yeah.
And so
but what if you're doing both? Because for some odd reason, my wife is still cold. So now she's running the heat. We got the sprinkler system still on.
Wait a second.
Oh.
You guys are running the heat
come on.
in September?
Exactly.
Are you kidding me?